Alright. How's everyone doing tonight? So, what was, supposed to be, what was it? Like, like a couple nights ago, catching up with Granblue main story into the anniversary event, kind of realized after reading the main story and then having my whole, rant about, you know, my qualms with the writing so far with Granblue main story. Yeah, didn't exactly have enough time to go into part 1 of the anniversary event. And right now, part 2 is out. So there's like 8 chapters plus a couple of like intermission bits to go through. And depending on how long it takes to get through the current, or the part 1 of, to get through part 1 of the anniversary event, probably the tail end of tonight might end up being just raid farming. So we'll have to see how the pacing goes with how long it might take. If there's like, I feel like enough time, probably just get straight into like part 2 and whatever. If not, then maybe we'll just read part 2 the very next night or something. But yeah, hello Greenblue, hello Urbanization, hello. Yeah, I'm the same ad. Yeah, I'm just doing the usual running 3 minutes of ads on Twitch before, you know, with every stream start and stuff, just to get it out of the way for people tuning in. But yeah, okay. So you finished Daybreak 2 last night, now you're horizoning, you want to stop by even grinding hard? But yeah, wait, hold on, I gotta sneeze. And I could have hit the mute button in time, sorry. But yeah, hope you enjoy Horizon. I've been having a lot of fun so far. I've only gotten through, I'm assuming, the halfway point of Act 2. I've been taking it kind of slow because of a lot of the gacha intermissions and just other times of me just like resting for the day from like excessive reading to rest my voice and everything. But yeah, you like Daybreak 2 ending, right? Wait. You like Daybreak 2, the ending reminded you of too much of Reverie? But yeah, like, I mean, I had fun with the overall roller coaster of Daybreak 2, but certain parts kind of overstayed their welcome, but we're not going to discuss too much of the spoilers or general feelings or whatever, because right now I just kind of want to focus on Granblue tonight. You rewatched the old Miyabi event on ZZZ. There's still a bug with the barrels. Oh. But yeah, okay. So, it is time. Let me just boost this up a tiny bit. Like Daybreak 2 Impossible sarcasm. I appreciate that you typed out sarcasm, because you cannot believe how hard it is sometimes, like genuinely, how hard it is to see if people are being sarcastic, because, you know, you can't exactly convey sarcasm through text, even if you try to make it as obvious as possible without explicitly saying it. But yeah, okay. It is time. A lone man walks quietly through a field where all others lie motionless on the ground. War had come to this place when Astralia, the Astro God, brought her armies in through Estelucia during an invasion known as the Astral Reconquista? Huh. Okay. I didn't know that's what I didn't know that's the name they went with the like second Astral invasion, but huh. They didn't wait long connecting this to MSQ. Yeah, I thought there'd be like some kind of gap or like some other thing. No, it's just yep, it was like at least with that solitary figure, usually they reserve that for faceless astral figures, but yeah. Also, hi doing Beakers. Hey Ferrari. You just gotta use the universal signaler for sarcasm camel case. I love typing that shit out sometimes. Like, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass to switch to casing, but it's always so funny. Have I seen the SSR unit yet? Nope, I have not, because I have just started part 1. The introduction even, not even chapter 1. But yeah, let's go. Her defeat had caused the Astrals to lose all support from home, putting an end to their hopes of ruling the Sky Realm again. But I hope you're doing well, Windrunner. Let me just refresh my YouTube chat, see if like if anything's wrong with it like last time. No, it seems good. I'll just go put out like a little thing here just in case like for some reason the YouTube chat window that I have just keeps disconnecting me. Again, like I'm still hung up on like the fact that like my YouTube chat window like on my second monitor just somehow loses connection, so then it just like stops showing what people are saying, so I accidentally like ignore people, and I really don't mean to do that. So I guess Star Sailors. But no, I'm pretty sure you mean Star Rail. Not your kind of gotcha? That's understandable. It's like a big I do know that Twitch stopped enforcing YouTube chat merging. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I heard they stopped. Oh no. Sorry, no. There's specific wording about that. They said they're not gonna enforce, but technically they still have the rule in place, unless like unless I really overanalyze that, like, because technically like they still have the rule, so technically if someone has it out for you for whatever reason, like, you know, I don't know. Basically, I already have my shit set up, so I'll just keep it separate. The man keeps walking. Hey Bryce, how you doing? Though his steps are nonchalant, he takes care not to step on any bodies. Instead, he methodically examines each and every one of these silent corpses. He kneels down before one of them and touches its cold limbs. From its appearance, the body seems to belong to an astral. The man takes a crystal out of his pocket and presses it against the corpse. Oh. What? The body suddenly dissolves into particles of light that flow into his crystal. The man then stands back up and resumes walking through the cold battlefield. He continues his search until there is not a single astral left among the bodies. He's on astral corpse cleanup duty? Huh. What's the crystal do? Sometime later... So wait, basically make it view a report, only which status quo. Can I imagine? I mean, with like how many other companies want to speedrun emulating Concord to then just shut down? I mean, will this event story have better pace than Act 2? I mean, given the fact that, you know, we do know the chapter formats and everything compared to like how Act 2 started. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. Like, there's like a different feel with like the pacing when it comes to like event format sometimes, and then like how the main story was, or at least like the latest set of main story stuff. Cause like you gotta take into context like the Estelucia arc and Act 2, or the first 4 chapters of Act 2. They really condensed all the 12 years of anticipation leading up to that moment and crammed it into, let me see, let me count. 13, is it? 13, 14 story chapters? So, when you have like 12 years of anticipation leading up to that compared to this event, even if it kind of branches off from the, or stems from, I mean, the ending of the Estelucia arc, there's kind of a, well, probable difference there, but who knows? We still have to read the story.
さあ皆さん、お茶が入りましたよ。ワーヌングランデから取り寄せたとっておきです。
Oh, Vera. Wanu Wanun Grande? Huh. I swear, like, every time I hear a new Skydome name, I feel like they're making shit up.
わあ、いい香り。ありがとうございます、ミイラさん。
ワーヌーングランデ空域か。まだ行ったことはないが、茶葉が有名なのか?
But where are we gonna get a Skydome that's famous for its goddamn coffee? And then you know what they'll do, what they can do for the 13th, like the lead up to like the 13th Zodiac or whatever the fuck at this point? Or, you know, like the next time we have a Zodiac related event, and they always have like their faction war like event leading up to that, just have tea versus coffee. Like, come on. Like, they already did like the whole like mushroom versus like cone things when it comes to those chocolates or whatever. Although apparently it's more like the tips of the bamboo shoots, but I didn't realize that. But yeah, or like salmon versus tuna. Where's my tea versus coffee? Like, come on. Pentagram might be the one famous for coffee because of Lucifer. Yeah, now like we need to investigate the Skydome to see like how its tea industry is set up, and then we can have our little war.
ええ、評判は聞いていたんですが、小領域がなくなったことで幾分手に入れやすくなったんです。
Only after Grim Basin's disappearance did acquiring it become realistic. Oh, wanna grenade. Roses versus tulips. Actually, hold on. Let me go plug in my controller real quick. I just wanna get comfy and then just go with good old controller cursor. Even though this kind of shit would drive people mad in like, I don't know, Actually, how many shooters or other games like do mouse cursor controller movement or some shit? Because like, I know that infuriates a lot of people. Like, I believe in Destiny, there's like in Apex Legends has shit like that. Although I don't really play with controller too much in a lot of other games. But yeah, like basically just dragging like with like the thumbsticks a cursor across the screen. Yeah, I mean it is really sluggish.
他にはアマトブランデ空域にも有名なお茶があるんですよ。サンドイッチと相性はいまいちですが。
Amat Grand Skydome's tea. Huh. Controller does have an advantage in Destiny. Of course, the Bungie games. You legit played Civ 5 with a PS3 controller? I mean, like, basically, like, you just gotta, like, you know, press whatever you gotta, whatever button, and then just, like, move the analog stick to drag the camera, I would imagine. And then you individually, with the cursor, just, like, select your other units, like, via that on the screen. So, actually, it wouldn't be too bad. But you do lose, I mean, you could, like, bind specific buttons to certain actions and whatnot. I don't know. I mean, maybe it could probably work well. I'm not sure like how it'd be laid out because there's no official like controller layout for Civ 5, right? I'd imagine it's probably be like through what was it? Because like probably through like some Steam community layout stuff, right? It was entirely emulating mouse. Oh, so you even went to like the corners of the screen to press like the little icons if you want to attack, upgrade, or do other stuff with like individual units or workers and stuff. This is before Steam controller things. Oh, before Steam controller feature? Oh my god. Cause like, yeah, trying to like get shit to work or even try to emulate a mouse cursor before like Steam or before Steam controller support became a thing. I remember trying to do that to some extent with some games. It was a nightmare setting that shit up for me because sometimes because of potential driver issues or some other weird thing with controllers, like it just wouldn't detect my shit at all. But goddamn. Kirby, Viernan, Lyria, and Catalina are visiting Albion on a particularly pleasant day. Having no pressing errands to attend to, they are spending their afternoon relaxing with Vera.
こうしてまた ビーラの作ったサンドイッチを食べられる日が来るとはな。
You know, it is something I'm kind of wondering if this is gonna take place, like, right after the end of the Estelucia arc. Is this gonna be, like, the filler time that I was complaining about was missing transitioning into Arc 2? Because, like, I already mentioned the whole unceremonious, like, exclusion or inclusions of other main crew members and other people that, basically filled in the empty voids left by them. Is this really? Don't tell me. I wonder, because otherwise, yeah, it kind of suck ass like when you end the Estelucia arc and just want to continue with the main story, that you don't get the context to go, oh, read this anniversary event first. I was like, wait, I was like, does it actually have the filler that I actually wanted before starting the new arc?
私は諦めた時などありませんでした。
Some things are annoying instead of control as well, like the dolphin emulator. Maya appears.
団長さんたちとお姉様ならきっと全てを解決して帰ってくる。そう固く信じていましたから。
Megamon gets mad pros recognizing your PS1 USB adapter. Holy shit! Now that is like some obscure but badass support. God damn! Even if it is, that's terrible because how long would it take for this to be made a side story? Yeah, because usually with the event formats, you have its debut, then wait 1 year for the rerun, then wait probably the second year for it to actually be included in side stories. So if you miss it out right now and you're like a new player, then good fucking luck getting this filler or this, you know, missing part of the story potentially, or at least like, you know, like this follow-up to the end of the Estelucia arc, and you have to wait next year. And even if you miss that again, so then there won't be a rerun, then you have to wait until it gets permanently implemented as a full-on like permanent side story 2 years after it releases. I'm like, bro, just put that shit on, like, just instantly archive that shit, please. Like, I mean, I get they like need it, or they have their schedule formats with like, you know, like, oh, this is gonna be like the weeks of the rerun, this is gonna be like the farming events, this is gonna be the story updates, this is gonna be like some other event or whatever. So, you know, they have their particular event structure rollout, how they want it, but it basically, it just sucks for people who miss out on shit. It's like, oh, like, when can I see it again? Next year or after, or like, you know, it's just like, it's like, oh yeah, next year for the rerun or when it gets added to the side stories. I'm like, oh boy. You know.
あの時はオイラたち自身なんていうか無我夢中だったよな。はい。どんなに小さな希望でもなんとか掴もうって必死で。
Yeah, like with the layout for my Granblue like scene and everything, yeah, like left side's Twitch, right side's YouTube, so I can immediately see whether or not, like, if my actual separate YouTube pop-out chat is like disconnected for no reason. Yeah, because like usually for full screen, widescreen games, I usually don't have chat on screen because I don't like covering up like the actual, you know, game and everything. If the game's like has like some weird resolution format, like let's say Granblue with its like portrait mode, or if it's like an old 4x3 game or whatever, or maybe it's a game that I'm intentionally running 4x3 for whatever reason, new or old, then yeah, I'd have the room on whatever side of the screen to then put up chat. Topside mixer? What's a mixer? Nah, I'm just kidding. The crew members have only recently defeated the other world that threatened the sky and completed their long journey to Estelucia. Though they've achieved some degree of peace now, the series of events is still fresh in their minds.
アルビオンの騎士はいずれかの国に配属されるまで主をいただかない特殊な騎士ですが。
The fact that we Knights of Amen have no lieges until service of another nation.
騎士の本質。それはきっと主の有無に関わらず何かを守るということ。
Age verification OS is soon. Don't remind me of the shit that Discord is like trying to tell people to do with like the stupid age verification shit. You know it's not about like the safety of like its users and some shit. It's just to collect fucking data. Like, holy shit, that is like so shameless of like the shit that they're doing. And then immediately like after their announcement, you basically just see like articles thereafter going like, oh yeah, here's Discord partnering with this company that's notorious for selling user data everywhere. I was like, oh gee.
大切なこの場所を守ることができた私は本懐を遂げられたように思うんで
With
す。
Discord Go Element? What the heck is Element? I mean, there's probably like other Discord alternatives to come up and stuff, but it's always like the hard sell to convince not just me, but like, you know, just have like a grand migration of people to change to other like platforms and stuff. Because like, unless like the current one, like people are already too entrenched in it, like not just like streamers and their communities, but even like other game developers and companies. And like, instead of like having proper forums and shit, even though some still maintain it, rarely, like a lot of them just default to having Discords as their method of, you know, hosting and fostering like communities and stuff. So similar to Twitter, where it's like just so widespread and so culturally like, you know, present within society and everything. Because like, you know that like when people say tweet, like they you know what it is they mean by tweet and like where it comes from without even having used it or whatever. You know, it's kind of like that shit. How long Skype to Discord? Wait, how long Exodus from Skype to Discord take? Probably a little while, but like, yeah, like basically until it becomes just straight up like unusable or something. I don't know, but again, we'll have to see. Like, again, I'm very skeptical, but I really hope that like other alternatives do come up and, you know, actually become successful. But then, you know, like, it's just wishful thinking. You dropped Skype early? Oh yeah, like I only use Skype myself just to talk to like some family members. That's pretty much it. Like way back when. But then after that, yeah, no, like no one really gives a shit anymore about Skype. And then, you know, Skype just kind of went away.
そうだな。私もカクリオとの戦いでルリアを守り通すことができて。
Talking and saying that's not traceable. Anime ain't safe for work a good portion of the time. What do you mean? Anime's totally fine. Real ones remember Ventrilo. I remember my brother using Ventrilo, but I never used Ventrilo myself, or TeamSpeak for that matter. Like for me, with the voice chat program pipeline that me and my friends have used over the years and shit, was basically like, oh god forbid, Steam group voice chat back then, and then Mumble, and then Raid Call before that got sold off to some random Russian company and injected ads into the fucking program and hosted servers in remote ass fucking regions with terrible latency, and I had to like uninstall that shit and make sure my computer was cleansed of what I imagined them to be injecting malware, I would assume. And then one of my friends went like, oh hey, there's this thing called Discord, and that was all anyone else said. TeamSpeak's good bridge. Don't you have to pay for TeamSpeak? I don't remember how it works exactly. People say they use Steam, but you always have wrong trying to reference all messages. Yeah, although like they do have a thing that's similar to Discord on Steam actually. It was like it's literally like their iteration on Steam group chats or whatever to like actually have like an actual personal group server or some shit with like your own channels and shit. At least I remember my friends setting that up and I'm still in it. But then no one used it because, you know, everyone's like, oh, like this is like neat thing that Valve put out. And then everyone just went back to Discord because, you know, it's like there's no reason to really split everyone that we know amongst like, oh yeah, let's just go like, you know, chat on Steam instead. It's like, no. Like they set it up as out of curiosity and as a meme to look into it. But yeah, no, there's no real reason to, you know, use it yet. Although, like, in case it actually does, like, in case Discord ever actually does go off even further off the deep end. I mean, me and my friends have got that particular Steam chat ready, I'm just saying.
ですが、自らのことも決してないがしろにしてはいけません。
So group chats invite only, still clears a while.
ルリアちゃん。
Actually, hold on. Let me look this up, because I'm pretty sure, like, how does that shit work? Yeah, it's let's see, group chat. Yeah, like, they have, like, a new, like, their new iteration on Steam group chat. You can add various text channels and voice channels, just like you would on Discord. And I mean, no one's really typed anything in it because, you know, people just wanted to set it up just to see out of curiosity. So I don't know if it actually remembers any messages in the long term, so I'm not sure. And I'm not going to be the one to, like, put in a message when no one's typed in this group chat. But yeah, it is a thing. So they converted, like, what was supposed to be, or what was originally multi-user, like, multi-user chat window into an actual soft Discord-like group chat of sorts. Is Steam chat logging performance or times out after a while? No, it's like, I mean, I'll take a fucking picture of it, but like, I'll have to censor out like me and my friends' names and everything else. But give me a second to censor this shit. Multi-user dungeon. Hold on, let me just get like all the... I need to hide all the... Anything else I need to hide? Oh. But yeah, like, this is basically what it is. Like, it's blank, like, right now, obviously, but, you know, you have, like, you have the text channel, voice channel, you have, like, the members on the side like you would on Discord, and then you just type shit in, or whatever. Like, it basically is similar to Discord, but whether or not it'd be a permanent solution, highly doubt it. But it is a thing. Like, before, like, you would just have, like, the usual Steam chat window, and then it would just kind of append, like, other users you invite into that chat. But now they've converted that into what kind of looks like Discord inspired or Slack inspired or whatnot. So, yeah. I mean, whether or not it's actually going to be any more fleshed out, I mean, usually Valve has, like, some ideas, and if they really believe in something, they'll flesh it out. This is going to be one of those things that, at least until we see further changes, it's just going to be a one-off random, like, idea of like, oh, what if we did this? So, yeah. Anybody gonna buy Steam Machine? I mean, we'll have to see whether or not, like, Steam Machines can even, like, get released properly, because RAM prices are fucking over everything because of fucking AI and, like, all these other stupid companies, like, unnecessarily driving up the cost of it. Because, like, not only, like, you have the crypto craze that really drummed up the price of graphics cards and shit, and now we have AI just consuming everything in terms of, like, RAM, where even other companies have just fully exited out of the consumer market just to focus on making RAM for enterprise level shit. And then you have apparently the the news I've been hearing now that even SSDs like are bumping up in price now because of AI and whatever other things have been popping up in the tech space and shit. So like it's just gonna become like even more difficult to basically build or even upgrade your own PC. So elements matrix tested, performance, no preview hyperlink. They're trying to make people go for cloud gaming, it's not gonna work. Yeah, like people, or more like gamers in general, or yeah, hell, like even anyone, like when it comes to subscription-based anything or things that don't have a physical media or whatever, like we should be, you know, like we should always prefer physical media over like streaming options or things that make us not own the thing we pay for, because companies want us to not own anything, so we have to keep paying for the privilege to keep, you know, like using their product without actually owning it. So then years later, when whatever happens, and it's like, oh yeah, that thing, oh no, you can't use it anymore. What? It's like, you never owned it. It's like, yeah. So wait, if you don't already have a computer that can run Dogma 2 without lag, you're fucked. No. But yeah, okay, sorry. I like, we're not even past like the prologue here, my bad. Let's continue. Lyria nods while lightly biting her own lip.
カタリナ、これからは私ももっと力になるから。
大丈夫。分かっているさ。私もルリアやビーラの悲しむ顔は見たくないからな。君たちの笑顔、それこそが私が騎士として本当に守りたいものだと気づいたんだ。
お姉様。
Viren chimes in as if to dispel the slightly melancholy atmosphere.
そういや、騎士って言っても主とずっと一緒ってやつは意外と少ねえよな。
それは団長さんたちが貴空士だからですね。主が国や島にとどまるのなら、そばに仕える騎士も必然空に出ることはありませんから。
言われてみりゃ。でもそれなら必要な騎士はどうなんだ？
Man. Well, I know this event focuses on the Luminary Knights, but goddamn, like, we haven't seen, like, all of them put together in one picture like this for a long ass time. Or, actually, have we ever seen them, like, just slapped together, like, as, like, a whole group picture? Huh. I don't remember shit about the Green Knight, or much about the Red one. Huh.
アウライグランデにいるのは黄金の騎士だけだったよな。
Luminary Rangers. Your 20-year-old HDD is honestly fine outside of file verification for Hoya games in Enfield. The Green Knight was a robot? Oh my god, I forgot that the Green Knight was like a robot.
そもそもなんであいつら各空域に。おや、こちらにいらっしゃったんですね。シェロさん、ビーラさん、シェロさんも呼んでいたんですか？
いえ、探していたようですが、何か私にご用ですか？
いえいえ、実はですね、団長さん宛てにお手紙がありまして。
A letter?
今はアルビオンにご滞在と聞きまして、商談のついでにと預かってきたわけです。
Thanking Cheryl Cart, Kirby opens the letter and begins to read it.
どれどれ？招待状、青の騎士叙任式のお知らせ？
Wait, investiture of the new Blue Knight?
青の騎士叙任予定者、秩序の騎空団所属、 Tisha
Oh, I love how they put in like Alicia with her casual outfit and her, I believe, summer outfit in there, like with all like different cuts to Alicia. But holy shit. So Alicia the new Blue Knight. Huh. Or, you know, when they make it official. Huh. In the face of history's endless march, mortal lifespans all too fleeting, us people must pass their desires, pride, even karma to future generations. But for some, that inheritance can become a curse, clinging to them like refuse. You can bind them to a nature they do not desire, and force them down a path they will not choose. As a certain group of knights is about to welcome their newest member, they find themselves standing atop the entwining paths of 7 stars. Oh. I forgot, was this always Leisha's outfit for, is this a new outfit or is this her grand outfit? I don't remember. Huh. Grand outfit? Oh, okay. Wait, to get 12 sublimity rings? Holy shit. You did ask yesterday, you thought it was an SR version? Could you imagine? Just given the state of her... Okay, so I'm glad I actually caught up with not only Estalucia arc, but the first 4 chapters of the new arc. Okay, I didn't realize like we're just gonna straight up get focused like into this event. Science got it through their thick skulls on SR. SR in disguise. But yeah, so far I'm liking Focus. Like she's super cute.
すごいでしょ。これがエルステの技術力なんだ。あんまり触られるとくすぐったい。あ、ごめんね。つい夢中になっちゃって。これを参考にすれば高性能なマニピュレーターももっと見せてもらってもいいかな。
I feel like this is like a more like lighthearted, chill interaction of what would happen if Grace ever met Arya in Zenless. Because if it happened if this situation happened in Zenless, oh boy, Arya's in danger.
あくまで服の上からだ。変なところに手を伸ばしたら、同性といえど容赦はしないぞ。
I won't let you put your hands anywhere funny, even if you're both girls.
それはもちろん。じゃあオーキス、ちょっと一枚脱いでもらえる?
You have a feeling they may introduce UR in the next 3 years, 2 main SSR, they're gonna introduce Pity SSR, so they're gonna... Wait, did they actually say whether or not they would do some shit like that? Because that'd be terrible for any gacha to introduce, like, even if it's been like 12 years, like, that'd be terrible to introduce a new, like, gacha rarity. Like, I don't know, that, like, I don't think that can be really done well, if at all. They're already doing that. Wait, Grace me RAB kidnapping case? No. They're already doing that. Transcend Eternals, now Evokers. Kinda like what they're doing. Like, I think if anything, yeah, like, if they want to take characters further progression-wise, they could just introduce, like, more Transcendence level grinds or some other shit like that. And yeah, like, what race would UR be to then, like, throw, like basically just changing the rates like that with how everything's established because of how, like, the gacha is and everything? How is it gonna be properly balanced to not fuck with, like, getting like new characters or even old characters maybe, and then like how's it gonna affect, because like the gold moons or the moons in general like are a legitimate thing to, you know, or are a legitimate thing that you stock up on as you pull and whatever. So then how are we gonna handle all that without fucking over? I mean, if anything, like if they make it easy, then hell yeah. But like, I don't know, there's like a lot of systems intertwined with the gacha system, so then any like new addition to it might throw everything into flux. I mean, I don't know, like it's like probably a matter of like we'll have to see if they do, but if they do, they're on very thin ice depending on how it's implemented. Platinum moons? Nah, like if they introduce like anything beyond gold moons, like bro, like that's just a big middle finger to the entire player base. And the fact that like we have to rely on like SSR dupes to stock up on to get like those illustrious or whatever weapons, like it's already kind of fucked. But I don't know, like it's anything they do like that, like, I just don't see any good end result is what I'm saying.
貴様、話を聞いてたか。
団長ちゃん、喉乾いてない？お姉さん、飲み物持ってこよっか？
But yeah, okay, so at least so far with this chapter 1 right now. So it takes place like probably sometime in between or after like the current chapters in the new arc. So that means there's no like proper introduction to why Narmaya or Six got into the or joined us along our fucking journey. So god damn it.
そういえばビーラからお土産にもらったクッキーが厨房にあったな。
それじゃあ紅茶がいいかな。お姉さん、すぐに用意するね。
So wait, they should fix grinding because being capped at 240 energy for new players. Wait, for Hoyo games or whatever? I mean, like, I mean, it'd be nice, you know, if we could just keep grinding to our heart's content, but like, they have their own ways of pacing out how fast player progression is, and you can do enough content to basically get certain other universal materials, at least within Zenless and partially at this point now with Star Rail, that you can basically just kind of skip some aspects of waiting on stamina to farm out some other aspects of building up characters. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, it definitely is like an uphill climb when you're starting anew in or starting new in any gacha, but I don't know, I didn't feel like it was impossible or like, you know, like a little bit too far off the deep end. Like the deep end is like Granblue levels of grind to like get characters essentially maxed out with their foundations, like, you know, their basic levels, skill levels, and getting the just filling in their equipment slots. I'm not talking about min-maxing, but just getting the essentials out of the way. I never feel like that's really too much of an issue here.
私も手伝います。
Oh wait, God, what? I want to keep up with chat too. I'm sorry. Wait, UR weapons, Lamorak, Overshadow's older SSR. Games old, life support, without being on life support. Can't be worse than Heaven Burns Red, they did the ultimate worst. Soul Solution 2 broke the meta to counter it, and they're so egregious, broke the gameplay. Yeah, I heard Heaven Burns Red really kind of like fucked up a lot of shit with what they did with the gacha and balancing and everything. I'm not sure if they reverted that or not, but I heard a lot of people were very unhappy that some of them just straight up quit. Or just like, if people were spending, they only just keep up with the story only and don't interact with anything else. Maybe, who knows. So wait, they should just respawn. Three for the NG at this point in Granblue. Minor increase in energy regeneration by reducing one energy timer. New player, stamina cup bonus. To gather enough weapon uncaps. No HBR. Double down. Oh, they doubled down on that shit? What the fuck? That's terrible. Another Eden's doing fine. Wait, I mean, like, I don't really see any. I mean, again, I don't have the, you know, because of how long I've been playing Granblue, I don't know what the new player experience is like. But I don't think there's really any reason to change anything regarding the stamina in Granblue. They throw you so many sources to accrue, like, a shit ton of elixirs or berries for raid farming. Again, I don't know how the rates are for newer players just starting, but I feel like it's not really, or like stamina might as well just not exist, like new or old, depending. So I don't know. Like, if anything, like a lot of the rank gated stuff is basically the most irrelevant part. Like stamina is like the non-ish. I mean, okay, I mean honestly, like, yeah, no, like, there's no reason for stamina to really exist in Granblue anymore. I don't know.
私も行こう。この人数のカップを運ぶのは2人じゃ難しいだろうから
Yeah, the Cheryl Card Academy actually does help jumpstart a lot of new players' accounts to get through like the early growing pains of progression that back in the old days we had to farm with fucking SR weapons and shit, cause holy crap was that terrible. Yeah, like AP is a non-issue unless like you hardcore farm Guild Wars. So unless you really want to go for like no life the shit out of it to go for the top 2k trophy or whatever, then there's no reason to really give a shit about stamina in any other context within Granblue's content. Like, you and I like spent a bunch of time earlier farming a whole shit ton of raids trying to get like my dragon jewels and other stuff farmed up, and I still have over 120,000 soul berries. Like, I can't run out of this shit even if I do have a proper sit down to like burn through them. Like, I would have to farm out like anywhere between like 60,000 to 100,000 plus raids. Like, this shit ain't going away. You remember having AP problems back in the day when starting out? Yeah, I mean, like, probably like, I'm not sure, again, I don't know how it's gonna be with the new players now, because like, they have new starter bonuses to help new players get going and stuff. And assuming like players don't completely ignore like the half elixir exchanges in like event shops, or even like if they pull early on enough, then like they have the extra bronze moons, or they have the not FP shop. They have the daily login point shop where they can exchange their excessive points if they don't need to exchange for any other weapons at this point. Or at least any other weapons that they don't need, or they don't... Sorry, let me rephrase that. Like, when they're probably past the point where they don't need the weapons within the daily login point shop, they can just exchange that shit for half elixirs, and there's like... Basically, there's just a whole crap ton of, like, sources to get half elixirs and everything. So I don't know, like, yeah, you got your casino, you got like a bunch of other shit, and again, it is tedious to go through all those different menus and other shit, but they are there. The sources are there to basically get going. And then once you kind of start the engine of, well, farming in general, then like, unless you're farming a very AP inefficient node for 20 hours in a day or some shit, like, you're not gonna reasonably run out. And yeah, like, if for some, you know, if people go far enough to even get Skyleap on their phones to get Skyleap points, they can like use that for elixirs, or I think elixirs and some other shit, like class points and whatnot, then sure, that too, if the player is willing to get it, you know, outside of Japan, I mean. You wait the casino, you never unlock that unit inside? Oh yeah, same. Like, I still haven't unlocked her as well. Skyleap stopped working for you? Huh. It still works for me, but yeah, I guess it kind of depends on what your mobile device is. Okay, the crew has decided without hesitation to attend Lisha's investiture ceremony. It is to be held in Kalis Grand, at the first hall of the crew of enforcers. The ship is making its way to that place, which also serves as the crew of enforcers headquarters.
ったく、キャイキャイと騒がしいったらねえな。知り合いの祝い事に行くんだ。多少は浮ついちまうってもんだろう。
改めてお礼申し上げます。エルステの代表だけでなく、私まで乗せていただいて。
目的地が一緒なんだ。旅は道連れなんとやらってな。
Earth DLF. Yeah, I forgot Earth DLF is a thing.
それにしてもまさかリーシャが青の騎士になるなんてな。
Also, does Earth DLF work when you do your pro clears and stuff? Because honestly, if that does, I've probably been missing out on a shit ton of casino chips I could have built up passively over many years at this point. So, oops. Oh, it does? Well, shit.
青の騎士っていや秩序の騎空団のトップだし、すっげえ出世したってことだよな。
そもそも七葉の騎士は世襲だろう。娘が後を継ぐことに意外性はないように思うがな。
でも黒騎士はオイゲンの娘であってエルステ王家のやつではねえよな。
She even procs on 0 AP quest? Oh.
私の場合は事情が異なる。権威を利用させてもらっただけで正式に除任されたわけではない。
Oh, yeah, yeah. Apollo was pretty much like unofficial.
勝手に黒騎士を名乗る私の存在を神王は当時さぞ疎ましく思っていただろうな。
神王って団長のこと？
あ、いえ、その時はそうじゃなくて、
It was the old king before he forced us into the role and then he just fucked off to parts unknown.
シェロとシーザーから空の歴史は教えてもらったけど。
No, I mean like the True King was doing some other things behind the scenes, but at this point now he's fucked off to parts unknown. Because I don't remember like what the hell happened to him afterwards.
七葉の騎士の主って星の民なんじゃなかった？そういやそんな話もあったか。なんかややこしいな。
Please teach us, Miss Black Knight. Please teach us, Mr. White Knight. He and his wife ceased to exist. Oh, did the former True King get erased by the other world? But yeah, no, but at this point they should be brought back then because of the whole, like, undo button. So they should be back in some capacity. Although whether or not they want to come back in any official capacity, no, but they should be back, regardless. Teach us, Apollo.
断る。この場には私よりも適任がいるだろう。
戦王陛下に歴史をお教えするのも懐刀の仕事といったところですね。
He erased himself to fuck over the other world. I kind of forget like the things that were going on like leading up to that moment and how it was supposed to pave the way forward for us. I'm kind of forgetting.
まずそもそも七葉の騎士とは何なのか。
When everyone turns to attentively listen to Caesar, he softly clears his throat and continues.
七葉の騎士。その歴史はおよそ2000年前、星の民の襲来まで遡ります。空の世界を征服した星の民は、それぞれ強大な力を持つものの、数に関しては空の民に劣る。
You also forgot. Yeah, it's hard to remember stuff like when they take so long to update main story. You also forget which is proof he did what he did, maybe. Maybe it's like a meta thing of like the player forgetting as well to go along to reinforce that effect of what he did that we don't remember.
そこで星の民は空を管理するため主要な空域に一人ずつ空の世界から協力者を立てました。
So wait, Luminary Knights, Astral Invasion. Individually powerful, they were outnumbered by the Sky Dwellers. decided to pick up a collaborator in each of the Skydomes to prop up.
それこそが空の民でありながら星に仕える7人の騎士、七葉の騎士の始まりです。
Took Astrals as their masters, and thus the Luminary Knights were born. Okay.
ってことはそれって
The Robot Green Knight. Yeah, I kind of remember like that, like feminine voice that they had for the Green Knight, or Green Knight. Or it was like a female kind of voice, right? And like female robotic kind of voice. I think that was it.
空の世界に対する裏切り者ってこと？
Betraying the Sky Realm.
いろいろ事情はあったみたい。これはエルステの例なんだけど、
Who can remember?
星の民が攻めてきた当時、エルステはファータグランデ空域で一番強い国だったんだ。それでも星の民や聖少獣には全然かなわなくて、でも一番強い国である以上、負けると分かっていても率先して侵略者と戦わなきゃいけない。かといって星の民と全面的に戦えば当然国は滅んでしまう。だから星の民と取引して七葉の座を引き受けることで国を守ったってことみたい。
Negotiated with the Astrals and accepted one of the Luminary Knight titles to protect the country.
オルキス陛下のおっしゃったように、七葉の騎士は各空域の有力な国家や組織から選ばれました。
Were chosen from each Skydome.
その空域の最大戦力を抑えることで権威を示して逆らう者を減らすという意図もあったようですね。本来七葉の騎士の主は各空域を監督する星の民だったというわけです。
Each of the Luminary Knights originally served the Astral who oversaw their Skydome. Mikaboshi, was that Loki's brother? Forget, like... the other ones are... Wait. I'm drawing a blank on this. Okay, hold on. Let me just clear this out real quick. There we go. I still need to do a lot more Levi M3 raids. Lilith has to be one? Yeah, I wonder if they'll like incorporate her into the the anniversary event, considering like she appeared in Relink and everything. I don't know. While the crew drinks the tea that Narmaya has brought, Caesar continues his lesson.
現在、七葉の騎士という制度はイスタバイオン王国によって運用されています。
Right now, Luminary Knights is Stavian Kingdom. They did bring up Angra Mainyu. Yeah, so bringing up Angra Mainyu should imply that Lilith has to exist. And the fact that, like, you know, as far as I understand it now, all timelines are basically merged at this point. And I'm assuming, just like the events of Granblue Relink should be intertwined with the gacha at some point. Because, like, there's no outright reference to the Zega Grand Skydome and the events that happened there, at least within context of the main story, or new events that connected from then on. So we'll have to see.
なので、団長さんは今回、空位となっている神王の代理として招待されているはずです。
Fill in for the true king in the ceremony.
式典では、他の七葉の騎士と顔を合わせることもあるでしょう。
You know, man, that would be kind of awkward, huh? We abdicate the throne rather unceremoniously, and then Leisha's gonna be like, instated as like the new Blue Knight, and it's like, oh, we need like the true king to like appoint the new Blue Knight, but it's like, wait, you just abdicated. I'm like, oh, I mean, no, just for filler, can you just do it real quick? Maybe that's part of why Endless Ragnarok is happening, to bridge the gap. Yeah, maybe Endless Ragnarok could bridge that weird gap in like the overall lore between the gacha and Relink itself as like its own story in the Granblue universe. So yeah, we'll have to see how they kind of, you know, I'm kind of expecting, assuming with like, I mean, I'm not sure like how the writers of, or who was on the writing team for Relink compared to like if anyone worked on the main story or, you know, just people working in side games in general. But yeah, I kind of wonder like how well that would go, because again, I already have like a pretty mixed to leaning to negative reception on like just how they ended Estelucia, and kind of feel like out of sorts with the new arc so far. Again, like the new world building, the new cast, cool. The parts where they don't really fill in the blanks of why the fuck Narmaya and Six are here, along with like whatever else, you know, like the fact that Io, Eugen, Rosetta are just not present. There's no, you know, send-off, farewell, even brief, if anything. So I kind of wonder like if it would be as unceremonious as like that with Endless Ragnarok, if it does try to tie itself back to the gacha main story or some shit to bridge that gap, so they can like officially set it so that every game is all taking place in one grand, like, proper timeline. Yeah, oh yeah, Sandalphon was in the trailer as well. Yeah, or wait, trailer? But no, I was thinking about Sandalphon for like the new arc, because they basically just go like, oh yeah, like someone can make coffee on our ship. That's Sandalphon. Sandalphon, who is that? I was like, oh, he's not here right now. And then at the end of the 4th chapter in the new arc, he's just like looking at the islands that he previously brought down just get raised back up all of a sudden. I'm like, oh. And so you're just gonna include Sandalphon like that, huh? So I was like, oh, you better make sure to read What Makes the Sky Blue before doing the new arc. The trailer that I didn't see. Oh yeah, the trailer I didn't see. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of other content that I haven't like caught up on because I just can't. At this point, it's more like I can't be bothered with a lot of the other videos and teasers and promos and other shit, because it either just slips under my radar, or like I'm just too busy, or I'm just preoccupied with focusing my attention elsewhere.
そういえば、私たちがよく知らない空域もたくさんあるもんね。
Caesar starts listing the different skydoms.
まずはファーターグランデ空域。置かれた七葉の座は黒騎士であり、契約を結んだのはエルステ王国。監督した星の民はビューレイストでした。
ビューレイストさんはイスタルシアで一緒に戦ってくれましたよね。
お父さん、私も会いたかったな。
ビューレイスト殿下には私も幼い頃世話になった。墓前に良い報告をすることでせめてもの恩返しになればいいんだが。
次にナルグランデ空域。置かれた七葉の座は黄色の騎士。契約を結んだのはトリット王国であり、監督したのは三日星という星の民でした。
So wait, Scarlet Knight, Nalhagrand, Tord Kingdom, Mikaboshi.
思えば私たちが初めて手合わせした七葉の騎士はバラゴナ殿だったか。
あの頃より修羅場もくぐったし強くなったとは思うが、未だに勝てる気はしねえな。
三日星ともいろいろあったよな。教会の世界とかカリオと戦ったりとかで。
シーザーから聞いちゃいたが、お前ら星の民とも縁があるんだな。
私たちはいろんな人に助けてもらって大きな旅を終えることができたんです。
助けられていただけではないだろう。団長たちとの出会いを通して良い方向に変わることができた者たちも大勢いる。
You know, now that they bring them up, are they gonna tell why Io, Rosetta, and Eugen just kind of like went away?
団長さんのおかげで変わった筆頭はイスタバイオン王国かもしれませんね。
No? Alright.
イスタバイオンはアウライグランデ大空域を治め、 黄金の騎士の座をいただいていました。
Divine, Ola Grand, Royal Family, Golden Knight.
アウライグランデのみ監督した星の民と空の関係は他と異なっていたそうです。当時イスタバイオン王国が星の民を返り討ちにしたことで有利な条件で関係を結んだとか。
Favorable deal after defeating the Astrals sent to...
話聞いてると星の民って倒せる相手じゃなさそうだけど。
Rosetta failed the same thing to the man she loves, so she just fucked off and Io just went with a gal pal. I mean, pretty much, sort of. But yeah, like, you think like they'd be able to, like, just given how they crammed in everything for the Estelucia arc, you think they would have crammed in an opportunity for Rosetta to, like, try to, like, see Granddad, like, one last time or some shit. Like, just considering how they try to, like, you know, tie up everything at this point, just, again, how much they crammed in. They didn't even give Rosetta that. I'm like, oh my god. So, like, they really just leave her hanging like that, huh?
詳しい資料は残っていませんが、一方的な隷属関係でなかったのは事実のようです。
Technically, he is still in the afterlife? I mean, true. Although we would have to travel to Estelucia again, but yeah, because he was alive in Estelucia, so he died in Estelucia, meaning he's actually there in soul form for real. So it's not like he fully went away, but then we did kind of like get booted out of Estelucia when Rel gave us that choice to, you know, or basically told us that, oh yeah, we're gonna undo all the shit about the other world, and our initial deal is that you're gonna forget about the events of Estelucia, but haha, not really. But yeah, no, everyone just basically just got whisked away to hometown, basically. It's like they got forced into the New Game Plus cycle without getting to like linger around before beginning the New Game Plus journey, essentially. Negotiating with the new omnipotent... Wait. About Rel using hands again. Hey Wiz, how you doing?
監督していた星の民はオノスケリス。こちらもあまり情報がないのですが。
Aww. Did not experience the one-sided one-sided subjugation.
聞いたことねえ星の民だな。
団長さんたちにとっては故郷ではない空域の歴史ですからね。聞き覚えがなくとも無理はありません。ですが青の騎士の叙任式には7つの空域すべてから代表者が招待されています。カルエスグランデ空域、ワーヌーングランデ空域、アマトグランデ空域、そしてエクセグランデ空域についてもしっかりと頭に入れておきましょう。
They cannot do New Game Plus content because their expansion shoved this up into their face, Oblivion style. Caesar paces back and forth across the Grand Cypher's deck like a professor in the middle of a lecture.
シーザーのやつ、なんだかんだ言ってノリノリだな。
そういうやつなんだよ。頼られるのが嬉しいんだろうな。
はい、そこ。死後は慎んでくださいね。
Yes, Professor. Caesar turns his eyes to the bow of the Grand Cypher and continues his explanation.
現在航行中のカルエスグランデ空域には秩序の気空団の本拠地があります。星の民の襲来当時、契約を結んだのは光線の騎士団。秩序の気空団の前身となった組織です。
So wait. Crew Enforcers, Kalas Grand, Shining Knights, predecessor to Crew Enforcers.
いただく七葉の座は青の騎士。これは言わずもがなですね。そして監督した星の民はリリト。
National Overseer Lilith.
ビューレイストさんから教えてもらいました。そのリリトさんが私を作ったって。
リリトはあまり好戦的ではなく、空の民のことも手ひどく扱うことはなかったそうです。カルエスグランデの星の民ですから、秩序の気空団の第一長者にはより詳しい情報があるかもしれません。
Let's investigate after the ceremony.
は
次にワーヌーングランデ空域についてですが。
Caesar pauses and turns to Daridara.
なんだよ。俺から言うことは何もねえぞ。
では引き続き私から。ワーヌーングランデ空域はレム公国が契約を結び紫の騎士の座をいただいていました。
Wanengrand, Rem Empire, Violet Knight.
レム、確かナルグランデ空域に同じ名前の国があったような。
レム王国はレム公国の血筋の者がナルグランデで爵位と共に得た領地が元になっているんです。
レム王国にいた時にそんな話を聞いたな。そういうわけで紫の騎士がグランサイファーをレム王国の奴らに預けてたんだったか。
紫の騎士ザリドラは現在行方不明となっています。
Oh, okay, he's missing, not dead. Zaridora?
紫の騎士はもともと素性を隠して極秘任務に臨むことも多かったのですが、公的には聖少獣アーカー社の回収任務以降完全な音信不通となりました。
いや、しかしその後の閣僚との決戦では紫の騎士の姿もあったはずだが。
ええ、ですから公的にと。足取りが分かっているのは回収任務までなんです。彼があの場にいたことは確かですが、国への連絡はありませんし、以後行方は分かっていません。
どうせラーメンでも食いながらどっかでフラフラしてんだろ。
Eating ramen.
話を戻しましょうか。ワーヌーングランデ空域はアッハーズという星の民が監督していました。
Ahaz? Oh.
次にアマトグランデ空域ですが、この空域は交易は行うもののかなり閉鎖的な空域なんです。
Amat Grand closed off trade only. Aw.
緑の騎士オクタビア、監督した星の民であるシユともにあまり情報がありません。
We know a little about Chio. Or wait, how do I pronounce their name again?
緑の騎士オクタビア、監督した星の民であるシユともにあまり情報がありません。
Oh, okay.
そういや緑の騎士はだいぶ変わったやつだったよな。
最後はエクセグランデ空域ですね。置かれた七葉の座は白騎士。
Okay, we're just gonna pass over.
契約を結んだのはクレシュタイン王国、つまりは私の成果です。まあエクセグランデ戦役によって私以外の一族は滅んでしまったわけですが。
So wait, the news that the Astrals were the one who started the Luminaries retroactively explains why they can control primals, which I bet I forgot about. Oh, you bet your ass I forgot about that. I didn't even like, I didn't even remember that was a thing.
本人からさらっと言われるとどう反応していいか困るんだけど。
監督した星の民の名は。
Despite his effortless delivery up until now, Caesar suddenly cuts off his sentence.
どうしたの？大丈夫？
それがエクセグランデ空域を監督した星の民の名前が。
Can't seem to remember. So wait. Control primals, the whole reason we needed the deepest teachings so they could just, or so they could not just hijack our primals. Oh.
知っているはずなのですが、どうしても思い出せなくて。
どうせまた遅くまで事務仕事でもしてたんだろう。
ダメよ。夜はしっかり休まないと。
いえ、そういうわけではないのですが。
Caesar tilts his head to the side, more mystified than anyone else about the lapse in his memory.
エクセグランデ空域は過去に閣僚から激しい攻撃を受けたと聞いている。
How do you remember all this? I don't know. You have better memory than I do. I can't remember shit about like when I first started playing Granblue, going through the story until I hit my first wall and then just not did the main story for who knows how long at that point.
思い出すことができないのは
そうなのでしょうか。
Because I remember, like, I got through parts of the early story, but then I stopped for a while just to farm up properly. And then it wasn't until, like, much later that, like, I finally actually had proper sit-downs to, like... I believe I even went through it on stream too, I think. But, of course, those weren't archived or anything. It was way before then. Man, yeah, I cannot recall what went on during, like, I really don't remember what happened during, like, the first 100 chapters. Everyone has their few games they know too much about. Oh, yeah. You just remember elixiring through Akasha on the bird. Fuck the bird so much. Oh my god.
おい、そろそろ見えてきたぞ。ティモリア島。あそこに秩序の気空団の本拠地、第一庁舎があるんだったな。
The crew members finally lay eyes on the island where Leisha is to be knighted. Surrounding it, they see a legion of airships trying to dock at the island to attend the ceremony. That was not the word.
もうダメ。夜空も見飽きたし、私も寝るね。
おう、こりゃしばらく動きそうにねえからな。
After reaching Timoria Island, the Grand Cypher's crew is being forced to wait.
船が多すぎて港がさばききれてね。ここまでの渋滞は初めてだぜ。
Man, we usually never really hear about airship traffic. Huh.
それだけたくさんの人が全空からリーシャさんのお祝いに来てるんですね。
しかし主催のアラが目につくぜ。混雑は予想できたはずだろう。招待する日付をずらして先に来た客は式典当日まで島でもてなしゃいいだろうに。相変わらず細かいところまで気の回る男だ。
どうあれ今は待つしかないさ。幸い天気は穏やかなようだしな。
叙任式自体は明日だったな。この分だと入港は深夜か。まあ朝になるな。お前らはもう寝てていいぞ。俺も適当に休むからよ。
Rackham should be glad he didn't get hit with the no longer crew member beam.
悪いな、ラカム。そんじゃお言葉に甘えて。
Good night.
念のため私も残ろう。何かあった時の備えは必要だからな。
わかった。おやすみ、カタリナ。
あ、おやすみルリア。風邪をひかないようにな。
After they are all in bed, Leary calls out to Kirby and Viren.
お二人はリリトさんについてどんな人だと思いますか？
どんなって、ルリアが作られた時の話はオイラたちも聞かせてもらったけど、ちょっと変わったやつみてえだよな。
私にとってのお母さんってもしかしてカタリナなのかなって思ってたんです。だけどやっぱり気になるんです。私を作った、私を産んでくれた人のことが。
星の神はまあ見た目が似てただけで、あれはちょっと違うよな。
That was more of a retroactive thing. Like after Lyria was born, then the Astral God, for some reason, took a similar appearance to her.
そもそも見た目が似てたのだってルリアの方から影響を受けたって話だったし。
Which in itself was very weird, but yeah, I mean, it just happened.
となると、例のリリトってやつがルリアの母ちゃんってことになるのか？
リリトさんは私を作った時にどんなことを考えていたのか、このカルエスグランデ空域ならそういうことがわかるのかもしれません。だけど
Lyria stops as if guilty about something, then hesitantly opens her mouth again.
怖いんです。 リリトさんのことを知るのが知りたいのに、でも何も知らない方がいいのかもって気持ちもあって。
I'll be by your side.
オイラだって一緒だぜ。それならルリアも怖くねえだろ。
ありがとうございます。
Kirby and Viren's encouragement softens Lyria's expression.
二人にお話ししたら少し気持ちが楽になりました。明日はいよいよリーシャさんの叙任式ですよね。今から楽しみです。それじゃあおやすみなさい、リーさん。
What, just Viren? No, I was kidding. That night, Lyria has a dream. In it, she finds herself alone in a dark space.
ここは
Though looking around reveals nothing but darkness, she can detect the faint presence of something at her feet. Oh, hello there. Despite its enormous size, the being she finds there lowers its head as if to beg for her forgiveness. Then, bringing its head to her feet, it slowly starts consuming her from the bottom up.
あなたは
Strangely, no pain accompanies the experience. Lyria is instead filled with a feeling of warmth. Unable to identify the emotion she is feeling, Lyria simply stares blankly at the being that is absorbing her. Oh. Wait. Huh?
エルステの技術を学べばアンドリーニャをもっと改良できるかも。
No, make the joke. No. Windrunner, no!
へえ、街全体がすっごい賑やかだね。
あっちこっちから美味しそうな匂いがします。
青の騎士の叙任式は島を挙げてのお祭りって
Punishment's
わけ
getting
か。
bored. Is that really a punishment for him? No, just kidding. Kirby's crew arrives on the island to find it bubbling with excitement for the event.
数十年に一度のことだろうからな。それにこのティモリア島は秩序の騎空団が治める島と言っていい。その総団長を兼ねる青の騎士の叙任式となれば盛大に祝うのもうなずける。
賑やかな場は得意じゃない。団長、俺は離れて見守っているからお前たちは好き。
んな釣れないこと言うなよ。せっかくの晴れの日だ。みんなで楽しむのが醍醐味だろ。
あなたは祭りと聞けば妙にテンションが高くなりますね。
でも団長ちゃんもみんなで一緒にお祭りを回りたいよね。
Kirby nods, and they all set off. As the crew members walk, they suddenly hear a near-forgotten voice.
団長さん
Who? Wait. Oh my god, I actually did kind of forget about you.
お久しぶりです。さっきのカクリオとの戦い以来ですね。
The knight in red armor falls to one knee before Kirby and bows his head.
ナルグランデ空域代表、黄色の騎士バラゴナ、ここに馳せ参じました。
同じくトリッド王国第12王子ハルバーダ、ここに。
Holy shit, I forgot you existed. Hal humbly announces himself to Kirby with his head bowed, but quickly returns to a cheerful expression and tone. I'm pretty sure we saw him in main story, right?
少しこそばゆいな。挨拶はこんな感じで大丈夫ですか？今は団長さんが新王なんですよね。あ、もう退位したんでしたっけ？
We've already abdicated, but they still need somebody to do the proper ceremony. This is just side game saying, remember these people? We sure did. Well, I mean, they better remember. They're the ones who wrote them. Like, this is where I really wish we had an easy access, like, encyclopedia, just like how Granblue Relink or Versus did. So then, like, it would just highlight Halvardo's name in a different color to then open up on the right side of the screen an extra encyclopedia panel for easy, like, terminology access. But they don't do that. They don't really do that at all. Toriyama forgetting Launch was a character. We found Google Doc and trash last time we used any given character. Boy, I sure hope we don't lose it again. It'd be a shame if anything happened to that document.
本当に久しぶりだな。お元気そうで何よりです。覚えてますか？僕のこと。
Oh god. I always feel so bad when situations like this happen. I mean, it's better to be honest because then, I don't know, it's always like a shitty feeling, but it's best to just get that shitty feeling out of the way.
おいおい、ハルはオイラたちを白風の境で助けてくれたじゃねえか。
Keith smiling and nod. Helped us on the Silver Wind stretch. Oh shit.
お久しぶりです。ハルさんもお元気でしたか？グレートウォールでの戦いの後、一緒にシテルケ島に戻ったのが最後でしたよね。
The area with the aforementioned bird. Oh. Hey Dreezy, thank you for the prime. Funny number resub months. It's the funny number. Better than the other number at least.
あの後、私たちは教会の世界に流れ着いて、それからいろいろあって。
Fell to the Edgelands.
振り返ってみると、ずいぶん昔のことのように思えるな。
グレートウォールで私はあなたたちに命を救われました。しかしカクリオとの戦いで再会した際にはろくにお礼もお伝えできず。
Kirby waves off the knight's concern, pointing out there had been no time for such things, and directs a warm smile at Baragana.
ありがとうございます。ところで父君にはお会いできましたか？
あ、そういや親父さん宛てのことづてを預かってたんだっけ？
いいえ、きっぱり断られてしまいました。自分で直接言えと。
Rejected your request, saying I should talk to him myself.
どうやら私から彼に直接言葉を伝えられるのは随分先のことになりそうです。
Just fly over to Estelucia. He's still there, just in soul form. The group converses for a while, but with Hal still unaccustomed to crowds, he and Baragana decide to return to the inn to rest. As the crew members watch the two retreating figures fondly, they are called out to from behind.
陛下、お付きになっていたのですね。
Hey, Alia.
現在は退位したとお聞きしています。正しくは団長とお呼びすべきかと。
Yeah. She had the whole text-to-speech kind of feel. It wasn't just like a usual robotic voice. No, it's like a text-to-speech thing. Yeah. You know for a fact one day we'll have an event that takes us there. We do have a path to Estelucia. Yeah, probably. Like, it shouldn't really be that, you know, at this point, like, not really that, like, fabled, potentially unreachable place. Like we have been there, the road's been established. Now just a wonder or a matter of, like, when we feel like, returning back. So wait, have I seen the scene of Sparkle slapping Sparksy in her own trailer? I didn't see the trailer, but I saw the GIFs, at the very least. And the edits where they fast forward it, repeatedly. But I have seen the GIF at the very least. But I was actually gonna get around to that, but I accidentally fell asleep in my chair before I watched it, and then when I woke up, I realized, like, oh shit, I gotta start streaming like 10 minutes. Like, I was actually, like, farming some Granblue and just like listening to some other videos to kill time before I start the stream. And then I kind of just like slowly nodded off as like the video I was listening to was kind of just droning on. And then thankfully, miraculously, I woke up in time going, oh shit, I was like, all right, I was gonna stream. I was like, what time is it? And then it's like 10 minutes before, I'm like, oh shit, and I'm like scrambling to change everything. I'm like, oh god. Like, I was listening to like what was it? I was listening to like a VOD for someone playing XCOM Terror from the Deep and everything. Like, I really want to do a playthrough just to feel things out. Like, obviously it's not going to be a complete playthrough because Lord knows like how anyone could understand how to play this fucking game. But I really want to play XCOM UFO Defense on stream. Like, I have Open XCOM Extended, which is like, I think an open source engine from fans to basically just make the game more accessible, less bugs, and not dependent on DOSBox and other stuff, while retaining like basically the intended vanilla stuff of classic XCOM, while removing the bugginess and the jankiness with performance and gameplay and everything. But yeah, I really love to look into it. I've tried here and there just to make heads and tails of the UI and the key bindings. Oh my, I can't. It's so rough. I need to have the PDF of XCOM's manual on the side to look at every single action I'm doing, because I'm like, how do you comprehend this UI, dude? I don't understand. Without Open XCOM, the game literally opens in a window for ants. Yeah, like, when I opened it for the first time, I'm like, oh shit, the window's so small. List of things to play in emulator. Retard does come with DOSBox. But yeah, I mean, it's not like you really need DOSBox. Like, the fan base for XCOM, like the classic XCOM games, have basically put together Open XCOM as like the easy, like, de facto way to just like experience vanilla classic XCOM and everything. So you just, as long as you own the games, you just install Open XCOM, and then you can just easily open up the game without any DOSBox shenanigans and the bugginess. And you can actually have proper screen resolutions depending on to fit your needs and everything, on like modern resolutions and everything. So it's really nice.
しかし、今日は空位の神王の代理、青の騎士の助任者として来ているはず。
You would achievement hunt with it, only use the supported ROM hashes. I mean, I don't really think too much about like achievements for retro games and stuff, because I know like retro achievements is a thing and everything. It's like open, yeah, it's like Open Morrowind for Morrowind, just like Open XCOM for classic XCOM, yeah.
ならば、陛下と呼んで叱るべきだろう。
承知いたしました。それでは私もそのように。
You know, there's something endearing about like that, like text-to-speech voice for Octavia.
アリア様に、オクタビア殿。
いよいよ七王の騎士揃い踏みだな。
しかし、陛下だけでもよかっただろうに、随分と大所帯だな。
まあ、リーシャには俺たちも世話になったからな。
神王と七王の騎士ってだけじゃなくて、こいつとリーシャは特別な関係だからな。
What kind of a relationship?
特別な関係
I mean, I saw it coming a mile away the moment Viren said that, but... Because aren't we still technically supposed to be married to Alia? Because, I mean, you know, even though it was an arranged marriage of circumstances and shit, but I mean, you know.
こいつの親父さんとリーシャの親父さんは一緒に旅した仲間なんだぜ。
Oh, that relationship. Oh, their fathers. Oh, okay, okay.
なんとも運命的な間柄だ。伴侶たる私を差し置いて。
This really does feel like the start of like your usual like rom-com anime or some shit.
ご講義が広いことは喜ばしいことです。我が王よ。
It is good to have such extensive ties.
あなたは何なの？マギシェルとかゴーレムってやつ？
いいえ、どちらでもありません。
そういや、来る途中に聞いた話だと、オクタビアはアマトグランデ空域の王族か何かなのか？そもそも顔くらい見せてくれても。
これが私の顔です。どうぞよくご覧ください。
This is my face. Ah. You know, when are we gonna get a playable Green Knight? This is funny.
いや、それ鎧じゃん。中の人の顔を見たいんだけど。
She is one with the armor, Filcus.
私に中の人などおりません。
She is the armor. I just love the awkward silence.
おい、そんな目でこっちを見るな。こいつのことは私にもよくわからん。アマトグランデ空域は父上の出身空域なんだ。だからアマトグランデとのやり取りは全て父上が直接行っていた。そういうわけで私にもわからないことが多いんだ。
Since Octavia is being openly evasive, the group gives up on learning anything more from her.
しかしこうなると姿を見せていないのは紫の騎士だけだが。
That means the Green Knight isn't wearing anything. No, wait, I mean, if the armor is her and everything, like in a robot sense, then I get, huh.
どうだかな。どっかにはいるんじゃねえか。
Despite his cool tone of voice, Daridara looks into the distance as if hoping to catch sight of someone. Arya too. A knight more naked than Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins.
それでは公務がありますゆえ、私は失礼させていただきます。
So does that mean when Arya, like, puts on her, like, visual projection of her human form and shit, that's basically her putting on clothes? Huh.
そういや、お前もリーシャと除任式の準備があるんじゃなかったか？
Yes. Leisha's letter had asked the captain to meet her before the investiture ceremony.
それじゃあ私たちは
We should get food instead! In that moment, Lyria's stomach seeks attention with a loud rumble. But yeah, the new banner is out for Arya in Zenless and everything, and I mean, I don't have Suna because I'm trying to save. I'm trying to, like, actually focus on saving for, like, other teammates I really should have, or probably trying to save for, like, Mindscapes or certain W engines for characters or whatever. But yeah, I'll have to pass on the rest of the Angels of Delusion. Although I did do one YOLO tempo on Arya, just for funsies. But yeah, no, nothing. I didn't get shit.
これは美味しそうな屋台が並んでるから。
Your Varesta enjoys so Arya's obligatory same appearance, same gameplay. Oh, huh.
おいらもそろそろ腹減ってきちまったな。
But yeah, I really like Arya's gameplay a lot, but you know, passing on Suna, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are other comps that Arya can work with outside of the full Angels of Delusion cast. But yeah, it's kind of like a big ask to try to pull for a full faction without any of their respective engines or mindscapes or whatever, so I'm like, I really should save for proper mindscapes or signature engines for the characters I already have. So wait, you got Arya not going for M6, fun to use Asuna. Yuzuha is better. She works fine with all of Anomaly. Oh, okay. Cause yeah, I saw in the trial, I believe they paired Arya with, who was it again? Was it, oh, I'm forgetting who they paired, cause I did the trial earlier, but now I'm already forgetting. It is lunchtime after all, Viren. Oh, Kaleda and Lucy, right.
つまり陛下はリーシャと二人きりで打ち合わせを。
Is this really how they're gonna play Alia? Like, oh no. You know, it's kind of weird seeing this side of her. Wait.
そんなわけないじゃないですか。
多分モニカとバルフリータあたりはその場にいるんじゃねえか。
I love how Alia is getting ahead of herself, like just thinking about Dancho and Lisha together.
じゃあお姉さんたち打ち合わせが終わるくらいに迎えに行くね。
そうだな。行こう、ルリア。
それじゃあどの屋台が美味しかったかしっかり調べておきますね。
Kirby smiles at Lyria and parts from the group, heading for the first hall. At a certain stall, a crowd is watching two people argue. Mambrani butts.
何がポム焼きだ。ネタをケチりやがって。肝心の魚介がカスしか入ってねえじゃねえか。これじゃただのポム粉の塊だぞ。
Batter blades?
ポム粉を焼いてんだからポム焼きで間違いねえだろうか。言いがかりはやめてほしいもんだね。
Actual love interest? No.
なんだと？へりくつ言いやがって。
ちょっともうやめなよ。秩序の気空団呼ばれちゃうよ。
うるせえ。お前は黙ってろ。
Thinking the enraged customer is about to become violent, Kirby moves to intercede. However,
多少の喧嘩は祭りの花だが、そろそろ黙ってられねえな。
Oh, hello. Huh.
なんだお前。余計な口出しは。お前それ。
The customer points at the unconscious person tucked under the young man's arm.
あ、これか？ひったくり犯。さっきそこでとっ捕まえてよ。
Holy muscles. Comical chin. No, there are other characters with like a more comical looking chin, or I mean, whatever you perceive as comical in other gachas or games and stuff.
悪い。言い争う声が聞こえたからつい体が動いちまった。
The young man hands the purse he's carrying to the newly arrived tourist.
ありがとうございます。ひったくりにあった時はもうどうしようかと。
ああ、祭りはよからぬやからも増えるからな。これから気をつけろよ。
Finally, members of the crew have been forced to show up to calm the angry customer and take custody of the thief. After seeing that the situation is under control, Kirby tries to leave but is called to from behind.
見てたぜ。お前、仲裁に入ろうとしてただろ。その年齢じゃちょっと危なっかしいが、正義感の強いやつは嫌いじゃねえな。
We have a character in this game that blocked us over the chin, but wasn't this guy. Who is that again? Fuck me, I don't remember that. Was it from an event or Fate episode? Thanks.
そっけねえな。ま、警戒されるのは当然か。
Granblue? Oh, it was a Granblue's comic strip.
俺はプロクルス。人を探してるんだが。
長い黒髪で琥珀色の瞳のしかめっ面した女を見てないか？
Long black hair, amber eyes, scowling. Kirby responds with a simple shake of her head.
そうか。ま、ことが始まれば向こうも気づくか。
The Vera fanboy. Oh, a tire, right?
悪いな。それで、お前はどこに行くんだ？お前の目と心意気が気に入ったからな。護衛も兼ねて送ってってやるよ。その年で気空団の団長か。すげえな、そりゃ。
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I also used to be the True King for a little bit before I abdicated just like a week ago or so. Brockless is tagging along as Kirby heads to the first hall where the investiture ceremony is to be held.
喧嘩の仲裁に入ろうとしてるお前を見たときに古いダチを思い出したんだ。
Set him aflame, and what is he?
お人よしで正義感が強くてどうにもほっとけないやつだよ。
Brockless's expression became affectionate as a wry smile comes to his face.
どっか似てると思ったんだが、でもあいつに気空団の団長は無理だろうな。優しいやつだった。普段は臆病なくせに妙なところで頑固なんだよ。
Brockless stares off into the distance, then changes the subject.
このティモリア島にも実はそのダチのために来たんだ。そういや聞いてなかったな。お前は何だって島に来たんだ？観光か？それとも気空団の仕事か？
I came here to see Alicia.
次期青の騎士リーシャが友達。
Yeah. Why do I feel like I triggered a death flag in a visual novel? Proclus ceases speaking, taking on an expression more harsh than any he's shown up until now. Hey, Alicia. Although I'm curious, what happens if you say for a friend?
そういや聞いてなかったな。お前は何だって島に来たんだ？
Okay, wait, what happens with this one?
それとも気空団の仕事か？次期青の騎士リーシャが友達。
Okay, no, so it's the exact same thing. The illusion of choice. Looking toward the sound of Alicia's voice, Kirby sees her approaching with a smile from the first hall. The captain turns back to thank Proclus, but finds that the man has already disappeared. Okay, not fond of Alicia at all. Okay. Meanwhile, Lyria and the other crew members are trying foods from different stalls.
ルリアちゃん、はい、
It should have been me, not Lyria. Oh my god. Is it the usual takoyaki?
ごめんね、大丈夫？やけどしなかった？次はもっとフーフーするね。
Not just turns next. Not fond of midriff? Impossible.
過保護にも程があるだろ
う。ダリダラちゃんもいる？はい、
いや、いるか！自分で食えるわ
dread it. Run from it.
ふふ、照れてる？
Nobody can escape Narmaya doting on you.
大男は照れん。
Men of my stature.
落ち着いてください、ダリダラ。年下相手にムキになるものじゃありませんよ。
そうだよね。小さいよね。
Small-minded?
小さくなどない。しかし屋台物も悪くねえんだが、そろそろどっかで座って食いてえな。
屋台の品だけでは栄養も偏ってしまうからな。
What nonsense!
あの看板、多分食堂じゃねえか？
ああ、あの店は確か。
That's why he brought Narmaya? Hell yeah! As she peers at the sign that the group is walking toward, Alia suddenly stumbles.
なんだ、今足に何か。
What? Oh, Jesus Christ! Looking down, she sees a girl collapse at her feet.
大丈夫ですか
Oh, long black hair, amber eyes, scowl. Oh. Valerius helped the girl manages to sit up.
あれあんたは確か
New waifu who dis?
この力それじゃあ
あんた確か
What? Losing the last of her strength, the girl collapses back to the ground. Nomaya, we need the takoyaki stat.
どうしたんですかどこか痛いですか
わかんないお腹がキューってなってフラフラしてぐるぐるして力が入んなくて
Did she forget to eat?
それ腹減ってんじゃねえのか？
え
She forgot
じ
how
ゃ
to
んじゃん
eat.
持ってきてくれ。ここは王女様のおごりつうことでいいよな。
好きにしろ。
Be hungry.
お前たちには世話になっているからな。
わお、大盤振る舞いだね。
Wow.
それじゃごちそうになります。
地の世界と地の民か。すでに仲間に引き入れているとはな。
旅は道連れってな。イスタバイオンじゃどうなってる？
もちろん受け入れている。神王の件も含め、嫌が王でも国が新たな形にならざるを得ないな。
The crew has taken the starving girl into the diner, where they are now ordering massive amounts of food.
どうした？食べないのか？
私は
もしかしてお前も地の民か？この辺りの料理が見慣れないとか。
地の民何それ違うけど
What the heck is an earth dweller?
ほらあなたも手を合わせていただきますって。
After some inner conflict, the girl claps her hands together with resolve in her eyes.
いただきます
Wait, she takes a fried potato wedge in her hand. Oh, come on! They have fried potato wedges in Granblue event stores, but not in the fucking US? Come on! And you know what? Like, last time I went to KFC, they had an advert, like, a little poster saying that they're back only for a limited fucking time. Like, come on! Like, why not re-add it as a permanent fucking menu item? That was one of their signatures. Like popcorn chicken, and yet they removed popcorn chicken, like, and only included in their fucking mashed potato bowls and shit. Like, what the fuck? After staring at it for a while, she tosses it into her mouth. The stupid explosion. The girl starts tearing into one dish after another like a young child.
よほど腹が空いていたんだな。もう少し追加で注文しようか。
美味しいですか？
美味しい美味しいすごい美味しい
Wait, holy shit. Wait, I just realized she's grabbing that shit with the fucking knife, not a fork. Holy shit. That is dining dangerously. Lyria 2.0.
これも美味しいよ。食べる？
美味しいなんでどういうこと
Oh, does she also have a fork of rice?
空腹すぎて混乱しているのか？これも食べるか？少し辛いかもしれないが。
She probably doesn't even know what spicy is.
食べる。
This is cute. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can try to find the... Let me see if I can inspect the page so I can see the raw picture for this illustration. Hold on real quick. Let me go take this off because I need to press F12 and then, like, it'll bring up all the menus and shit. Oh, whoops, I accidentally clicked on the thing. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Now where would I find the asset? Scene. Oh, here it is. Background. Wait, no, not that. Wait, where the heck is it? Dude, I am like so bad when it comes to like checking for this shit. Wait, that's not, no, it's just giving me a white square for a different thing. Okay, wait, where's the actual background? Wait, what? Is that not it? That's the quest header. Okay, wait. I can find this. Oh, is it because of like the little filter they have over it that's like causing it to be? Oh no, I found it. Oh my god. They make this shit so hard to find like the individual like picture for and everything. I know it's off center, but it's because of how I have my browser laid out. But okay, there we go. Now I have the clean picture and everything. Ugh. Okay, let me just move my keyboard and everything back so I can get comfy. Sure, I can get it from the Granblue Fantasy Asset lookup site later. Has all the assets for a current chapter and all. I did not remember that website at all, so yeah, I forgot that website was a thing. Although sometimes it's a bit fun trying to look for the needle in the haystack through inspecting the HTML elements, though. It's a little bit silly, but I feel like it's like its own little mini game like that when you try to look for like a particular like in-game asset through the HTML viewer. Having finished eating, the girl lets out a sigh of satisfaction and takes a sip of tea.
少しは落ち着いたようだな。うん。ありがとう。あんたたちには助けられたわ。これ、お金が必要なのよね。自分の分は自分で払いたいけど。でも私、空の世界のお金って持ってないのよね。だから、困ったことがあれば、私の名前を呼びなさい。
The girl pridefully sweeps back her long hair as she looks at the group.
力になるわ。この私が。どこであろうと必ず駆けつけるから。
Girl, you tell us to call you by your name, but what the fuck is your name? Beard? Mystery girl?
何かあったら助けてあげるって言ってるんだけど。
You kind of forgot the first basic thing when meeting people you haven't seen before.
ダメ？そっか。じゃあ、お皿とか洗うから。いや、名前を呼ぶも何も。待って、違う。
What, she remembered the wrong name?
そう。ノリスケ。私のことはノリスケって呼びなさい。
Okay.
ノリスケさん？
まあ偽名だな。どういうつもりかはわからんが。
とにかく世話になったわね。 さっきも言った通り、今私に返せるものはないけど、この恩は忘れないわ。いずれ何かの形で必ず返すから。
On is their name. The girl turns on the spot, sending her lustrous black hair dancing in the air as she walks into the crowd.
何だったんだ、あいつは。
ノリスケさん、もしかすると星の民かもしれません。
あんな情けねえ感じなのにか？
Jesus Christ. Astros can be that pathetic. My Astro friend can't be this pathetic. Watch a new episode today.
ルリア、かもしれないというのは？
それがノリスケさんから感じた星の力がすごく弱いというか曖昧で。
Astro power felt weak and vague. The group turns back to the crowd, but the girl has disappeared without a trace. Aww.
長旅ご苦労。遠路はるばるよく来てくれた。おっと、イスタバイオン王国の戦王にこの態度は不敬だったかな。
We're not amused. Or stop it.
父さん、団長さん困ってるじゃないですか。
すまない。どうやら私も少々浮かれているようだ。ともあれ改めて歓迎しよう。ようこそカルエスグランデ空域ティモリア島へ。
Having entered the first hall, Kirby is now meeting with Lisha, Monica, and Walfried.
団長さん、イスタルシアへの旅、本当にお疲れ様でした。手紙で無事は知っていたけど、こうして目の前にすることでようやく安心できました。
星の民による空の世界への侵攻も団長たちのおかげで形勢を逆転することができたんだ。まったくキコーラはもはや何度世界を救ったかわからないな。
As everyone quietly rejoices in their reunion, Kirby turns solemnly to Walfried. About my dad.
ああ、ある程度顛末は聞き及んでいる。私自身、奴の最後については感じ取るものがあった。
The captain's gaze falls to the floor, but Walfried smiles in consolation.
少なくとも私が感じた思いは決して後悔や無念などではなかった。いささか大人げないところもあるが、奴も立派な貴空士だ。自らの旅に心残りなどあるものか。断言しよう。あの男はかの地で今も豪快に笑っているさ。
The encouraging words of Gallant's old friend lifts Kirby's spirits.
さて、あまり時間もないことだ。叙任式の式次第について確認を済ませてしまおうか。
で、最後に私は青の騎士の鎧の前で縦膝をついて宣誓をします。そうしたら団長さんは剣で私の肩を叩いてください。軽くですよ、軽く。それで叙任式は大体終わりです。後片付けなどはこちらに任せてください。
No. Lisha realizes that Kirby is still looking at her expectantly. Aww? Danjo?
残念だが、リーシャが青の騎士の鎧をまとうのはまだ先のことだ。
We won't get to see her in the armor until later.
そのことでしたか。実はまだお披露目ができなくて。
Not by Blade Edge, presumably. I mean, you know, you gotta make sure about the details. Like, we're being put on the spot, even though we abdicated the throne and everything. But then we're getting dragged back into a ceremony we know nothing about. So I mean, you know, it only makes sense to discuss, you know, every particular detail. Because with, you know, traditional ceremonies like this, like every little detail will be like analyzed, scrutinized, and everything. So, you know, everything, every little step, angle, it's gotta be right. Like, you know, knighting Lisha as the Blue Knight and everything, you know, like this stuff happens only once in, like, it's very rare to have a new knight. There are people who are the reason toothpaste and shampoos come with instructions. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, I still see, like, it still pains me to see and hear about people still squeezing fucking toothpaste tubes from the middle. I'm like, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
私と父さんでは体格が違いすぎて、ベルトや詰め物で調整できる範囲じゃないんです。
Too large to adjust with just the belts or padding. So, they have to like refit it.
なので打ち直しが必要なんですけど、必要の騎士の鎧は星の民が作ったものだから。
And while the funny moisture preservation pack is covered in do not eat, yeah, people would get the wrong idea even if it doesn't look like something that should be edible at all. Some people kind of need the extra instructions for their own health and safety.
かつてはタウルークが手配をしていた。どうやらアマトグランデ空域に特別なつてがあるらしくてな。
Someone who can reforge the armor in Amatgrand.
なので叙任式の後にアマトグランデ空域に行って打ち直してもらう予定なんです。
Oh. Though slightly disappointed by the news, Kuri tells Lisha that it'll be worth the wait.
ありがとうございます。青の騎士を告げるくらい成長できたのはきっと団長さんのおかげです。
私からも礼を言わせてもらおう。もはや君は秩序の騎空団にとって欠かすことのできない存在だ。
If you eat the label, packet label, do not eat. No. I'm assuming this is before the regulations were put into place to slap on the do not eat label. This is before the do not eat era of random packaged foods. I'm assuming.
D 社の成長だけではない。君たちの成長あればこそ、私は一線を退く決意ができた。
People, fucking TikTok, dude, like toothpaste Oreos. I mean, obviously that has to be like one of those outrageous troll things they do just to get clicks and shit. I mean, obviously. But it's always like the danger of like what people prepare as intentionally jokes. You have other dumbasses who take it seriously and actually try it for real without realizing that what people do a lot of the times with those clips is just a skit for silly shit. So yeah, oh dear god. Walfrey gazes out at the window behind Kirby.
このカルエスグランデ空域にも大浮上の影響は著しい。
You know, I love they have the shadow of us, or like as Walfrey trying to look through the window and everything. You know, it's little details like this that like I always appreciate when it comes to like visual novel scenes and stuff. Cause like, you know, they just have his regular portrait, a little blacked out silhouette of Don Cho but flipped in a little way, and then you just have like a simple window layer with a little like transparency thing going on with like the glass that you can see through and stuff. You know, it's like the simplicity that like always amuses me with setting up these scenes. Tide Pod challenge, yeah. Mint Oreos already taste like toothpaste. I haven't had Oreos in a long time. I remember like there was a time where I ate like a shit ton of Oreos and everything, but eventually I kind of just like, I wouldn't say grow out of it, but it's more like I kind of just like, I think like my taste buds have had enough of it. Soup Oreo. I mean, like, if you try hard enough, you can turn anything into soup. Whether or not it'd be something that you're able to stomach, I don't know, because I mean, some people have tried, you know, blending Subway sandwiches to drink, and that only went so well. Who knew going from biting a full-on sandwich to blending it, putting some water together, and then trying to drink it was not the best. Oh god, that was so cursed. It was a funny stream, but man, that's cursed as fuck.
新たな世界には新たな秩序が。 新たな秩序の担い手が必要になる。
New world will need a new kind of order, new order that will need a protector. Or what about a new world order? No, I was kidding. So wait, your entire country's reason sugar-free Oreos never expired on the shelf.
決して平坦な道ではないだろう。しかし D 社よ、お前ならば皆と共に歩んでいけるはずだ。
Wait, what the heck is hot sauce fruit smoothies? What the heck? By the way, how will that kill your liver? Like, oh, okay, I mean, at that point, how much hot sauce is being put in then? Because, like, usually most of a fruit smoothie would just be the fruit and the juices and the ice you put into it that, you know, would then get crushed or damaged. Wait. Like, I would get it, the hot sauce burns a hole in your stomach, but how would that affect the liver? You think shit like that would be, like, alcohol and all that shit. Although I don't know what else gets processed through the liver to kill your liver in such a fashion. But, you know. A cup of milk. A cup's worth of fucking hot sauce in the... Oh god, that ew. I wouldn't even want to do that even as a fucking joke. Heaven forbid they do that, like, genuinely thinking it'd be a good idea. But I mean, we know how it goes with people.
Hi.
Don't ever let urbanization eat your mac and cheese. Maybe the pepper oil is going into the liver? Maybe? I'm not sure how it works. I'm forgetting shit from my biology class. Her face overflowing with emotion, Lisha places a hand over her heart.
秩序の気空団の歴史、父さんたちが受け継いできた使命、青の騎士、そして秩序の気空団の総団長として必ず全てを受け継いでみせます。
Use 1/4 to 1/2 cups of extreme level hot sauce per box of macaroni. You drink hot sauce as a dare. Oh god. I still have some, like, hot sauce that, like, my brother got for me one time, like, a little while ago. I mean, it's still good now and everything, but, like, man, that shit is so hot. Like, after putting, like, just a small, like, dabble of that hot sauce, cause, like, or what was it, onto, like, some pieces of, like, you know, fried chicken and shit, like, oh my god, like, it tasted really good. Like, let me just get it out of the way. It tasted extremely good. And then as I kept taking more bites and the burn was slowly but quickly, or like initially it was like a slow burn, but then it ramps when it starts burning. And I'm like, oh my god, my whole tongue, like, is on fire just from, like, a small amount placed onto the top of my, like, drumstick and shit. And then like immediately, like, I just needed a tissue to, like, blow out my nose and shit because, oh my god, like, the heat just quickly, like, spreads through my body. I'm just, like, dying while still putting on more hot sauce. But I'm like, I don't care, it tastes good, but holy shit, like, it's gonna take me, like, twice as long to eat through this shit, like, without the hot sauce. Lisha's declaration brings a gentle smile to everyone's faces. Oh wait, no. Oh, however, Walfried's eyes alone hold a slight trace of concern. Okay, there we go. So wait, when you say extreme heat, you mean 6-digit Scoville? Holy crap. Thankfully they don't sell in 7 digits. Couldn't complain, got $20 to do it. No. I mean, I guess $20 is $20, but at the same time, like, I don't know, it kind of feels like off in a way when someone pays, like, hey, do this stupid shit and I'll, like, give you, like, a 5 or 10 or 20. Like, in a way, it's kind of like, I mean, on one hand, like, there's like that aspect of just fucking around, especially if it's like with friends and shit. But on the other hand, it kind of feels wrong in some way. But again, you know, it depends on, you know, the context, who you're doing it with, or, you know, and all that shit. So, you know, that's, I don't mean it as like a blanket thing, but there's something about fucking around and doing that kind of feels off. No, just a me thing though. Also, I'm overthinking it. Oh yeah, like when we're little, like $20 is a lot. Like, no joke. Because, you know, like, that's pretty much like, what was it? Like, since we don't really have much of anything unless, you know, you get like an allowance from parents, birthday, or, you know, like whatever, depending on, you know, your family or culture and everything, you know, like, whatever you do get, like, probably would feel like a lot. Wouldn't do that now, but yeah, back then, like, it's a different time and environment, and like, you know, like, for kids that, you know, wouldn't normally have any source of income, any amount, especially like a 20, it would be like a shit ton in their eyes. So yeah, even if you got sick the next day. No. But yeah, it's all like a matter of perspective, and also just depends on, you know, what the exact context of the situation was. But yeah, although for the most part though, I know this is like something that you did like way back when though, but yeah, as with anything, always take care of yourselves instead of doing stupid shit just because someone dangles like some sort of reward in front of your face and go like, oh yeah, do some stupid shit and here's some money. Even if it's like, let's say among friends or some shit, it's like, there's a difference between having fun with friends or whatever, and there's a difference between it, like, inflicting self-harm, no matter how little it might seem. It's like, oh, it's just hot sauce. I don't know, like, some bad things can happen. So, you know, it just depends, and it's always like a weird feeling when you kind of take a look at that situation. The Blue Knight's investiture ceremony is finally beginning. 6 of the Luminary Knights, the Violet Knight being absent, are seated together, letting the stage an air of solemnity. So wait. Not smart enough to not drink half a bottle. Smart enough to not eat a ghost pepper.
これだけ揃うと重圧がすごいね。
はい。なんだか僕まで緊張してきちゃいました。
リーシャ、頑張って。
Seated near the stage are those close to the knights, including Kirby, Viren, and Lyria.
お前、大丈夫か？さっきから手の汗がすげ
Dude, I used to love eating ghost peppers. The worst one that you ever heard of was from your dad. He would eat ghost peppers raw? Like, oh my god. I mean, like, I respect anyone that has, like, a good spice tolerance, but, like, oh my god. Accepted to dare to drink a bottle of soy sauce? No, that's just, like, self-harm right there. Like, with the amount of, like, shit, or, like, mainly just sodium and shit in, like, soy sauce? Yeah, exactly. Like, sodium poisoning is, like, a real thing. So, like, even doing something that looks innocent as, like, oh, just drink soy sauce. No, like, you're essentially poisoning yourself. So, similar kind of thing when it comes to, like, let's say hot sauce dares or some shit. Like, spice tolerance will vary from person to person, and depending on, you know, how spicy that thing is that they're telling you to drink out of a dare, like, if, you know, if people aren't prepared for, or not knowledge or cognizant of, like, how exactly spicy or potentially harmful it is, because, you know, like, it could be something that's, like, just barely spicy, or it could be something that's, like, debilitatingly spicy, where you're just, like, put on the bed or some shit, or like, or you just kind of like collapse from, like, you know, overwhelming your body with the like the spice and heat and everything. Like, so assaulting gamers, wow. bestial level spice tolerance, something your brothers would do. Stomach also is happy with people with high tolerance. Yeah, like even with high tolerance, like yeah, like your body could or only should handle so much of a spicy thing in general that you need to give your body a rest, or unless you like give yourself an ulcer, you know, just like do something that your body would go like, oh stop, you're actually hurting yourself now. It's like, stop eating the spicy shit. You can handle it, but there's only so long it can last for, you know. Like, no joke, like when I was at a friend's place, when me and my friends were like all gathering to hang out on like a particular night some year, like quite a couple of years ago at this point, they whipped together while we're waiting for our other friends to show up like these super spicy Korean noodles that they, you know, they boiled the noodles and then mixed like every packet of like of the spicy sauce available, because I think they cooked like, I think it was like a 3-4 pack or some shit, and they took the 3-4 packets of said spicy sauce within each packet because they were making it in a big batch for me and all my friends to eat. And then when I grabbed the plate for myself to eat, like after taking like a few bites, it quickly dawned on me how bad it was getting. But also, like, you know, I was just trying to like also like have a meal too, because I was like legitimately hungry too. So then just finishing it all just to as a regular meal, not as a dare or anything, like the spice hit me so hard that I actually had to, like, I was actually getting all woozy or lightheaded, and I actually had to like actually knocked out on the couch because of how bad it got. That, and for some reason my friend didn't have any actual water anywhere, and I'm like, how the fuck do you stay hydrated? And all he had were fucking like cow pico drinks and like some other shit. I'm like, brother, like, other way, no, I'm pretty sure he must have had it, but then I didn't like see anywhere where anyone would have gotten like regular ass water. But I'm just like, bro, all you have is like soda and cow pico, at least at that time when I visited and shit. But like, what the fuck? But yeah, basically, I knocked the fuck out and I couldn't do shit for like, oh wait, hold on, there's a fly on my monitor. Okay, I got the fly on my monitor. Holy shit. But yeah, like I knocked out for a while when I was supposed to be, you know, like hanging out and chilling with my friends. I actually just knocked out on the couch for a while. So don't fuck around with shit that your body can't handle, even if it's for like a shits and giggles thing, because it can quickly go south. That shit can quickly go south. So wait, mostly have to learn what to eat alongside to mitigate effects. Oh yeah, if you don't eat barley, fight back by eventually making you sick. Do I mean they put all the hot packets into only one serving? Any spice? Milk should be drunk with... Oh wait. Do with spice, not water. I mean like my friend's family was lactose intolerant, so they don't have any milk. They don't have any dairy or anything around. So that didn't help either. So all they had was fucking cow pico, which I hated because, I don't know, like, cow pico tastes like shit. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but it tastes like shit. But it was the only thing that was drinkable on hand. Water's still a bad idea. I mean, I think water would be better than just dehydrating myself with no water or no liquid. It was either that or no liquid. Or drink from, like, straight from the sink or some shit, which that's unfiltered. So that's kind of a no-go. So wait, protein helps with spice, especially in stomach. Oh yeah. Poor fly. Look, that fly violated my personal airspace. Like, that shit's getting shot down. No liquid might have been better. No, I need to hydrate myself. I'd rather let the spice pain linger than like stay dehydrated. Like, I really needed like some fucking water, but all they had were fucking soft drinks or alcohol. But I'm just like, bro, I don't drink alcohol, and even then, like, I'm like, oh my god. Let's see, I'm a bit on edge.
私、カタリナに教えてもらったことあります。こういう時は手に文字を書くって。
You trace words on your hand. Monica, program in hand, bows before facing the crowd.
これより必要に名を連ねる青の騎士の叙任式を ここに執り行う。
But yeah, trying to remember the setup for that night though, like, yeah, like I'm pretty sure like there wasn't any actual water around. It was just Calpico, Coca-Cola, or some other sodas, and then just the myriad of like alcohol that they had because they were gonna do mixed drinks once everyone else like got into the gathering and shit. But I was not for mixed drinks at all because like I took one sip just so you know, because they wanted me to see what it tasted like. It tastes like shit, so I'm like, no, fuck that, fuck alcohol. It tastes like shit, or at least mixed drinks.
青の騎士、ジョニー予定者、リーシャバルクウィング、前。
But yeah, I mean, like, I've recounted my experiences with alcoholic shots before. Like, every single time, like, mixed drinks aside, like, or sorry, like, tasting mixed drinks aside, like, when it came to, like, just straight up, like, shots of, like, I believe it was, like, rum or whiskey or sake or whatever, all of them just did not taste pleasant at all. So, just out of the many times I gave it a fair shot, I'm like, nah, I just don't like alcohol. Just give me water. They didn't have any juice. All they had was like Calpico because they were planning to drink alcohol and do mixed drinks and shit. There's no juice, or at least to my knowledge, like not any juice around that was like available for the meetup or anything. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering something, but yeah, like there wasn't anything that like wasn't meant for non-alcoholic consumption, essentially. Top shelf liquor. If I don't have to pay for it, sure, I'll take a sip and see. The rest of the Grand Cyphers crew watch from seats some distance away.
いよいよ始まったかな。ここからだとやっぱりちょっと見えづらいね。
No. You know, that's gotta suck for female drafts, like having to like sit down at an event, but there's like so many taller people in front of them if they're not near the front row. Or not near the like wherever they can like have an easier like space to view.
とはいえ、団長の関係者だけで舞台を埋めるわけにもいかないからな。
Worse for the Harvins. Yeah, like Harvins and female drafts have it real bad.
壇上にいるよりこっちの方が気楽で助かるけどな。
Short people problems.
おお、団長のやつ、緊張で顔が真っ白になってら。
Make a joke about wine. I don't think I've ever had wine before. Although I remember getting trolled by my parents, or by my family in general, when I think relatives gave us a gift of like wine chocolate, but I was like too young to know what it was. And then just as like a little prank, they let me bite into it, and then like the wine kind of spilled into my mouth and shit, and then I immediately spat it out into like the sink and everything, and then I got really fucking pissed at them because like it tasted like shit and it just was not pleasant at all. And also like again, like as a fucking kid to give a wine filled like chocolate thing, I'm like, the fuck are you, I mean, yeah, that's obviously in hindsight after many years, but like what the fuck are you thinking? Like, even if it's as a troll thing, it's like, oh, it's just a little bit. Even then, I'm just like, no, fuck that. But even then, that experience, I'm like, nah, like, it was even more reason for me at such a young age that I just dislike the whole notion of, like, alcoholic stuff or whatever in general. Or wine.
他の客が邪魔で何も見えねえ。
Cheap seats can see the match, so unless you watch it on the streaming service.
これをもってジョニーを控えし者の宣誓はここに広く聞き届けられた。
Meanwhile, your mother telling stories of grandpa giving kids mouthful of whiskey as a painkiller. Oh, what the fuck?
次にジョニーの儀を執り行う。しかしながら必要の主たるイスタバイオン国王の座は現在空位となっている。そのため先の王たる次のものをもってこれを代理とする。
Monica calls Kirby's name, and the captain approaches the center of the stage to stand before the Blue Knight's armor. Despite being racked with nerves, Leisha proudly faces Kirby in the armor. Walfried is also visibly moved by the sight of his daughter about to succeed him. Leisha gets down on one knee, ready to finally complete the ceremony and become the Blue Knight. Then suddenly...
雷？雨も降ってないのに。
偽りの主から一体何を賜るというのか。
Oh. Who this? Oh. With a resounding clap of thunder, 4 figures appear on stage.
バカな。あなた。
お父さん。
七葉の一角たる黒騎士。その主、星の民ビューレイストが。
The man raises his hand to the sky, and a lightning strike falls upon Timoria Island like a pillar of light.
凪の時代は終わりだ。今、この時をもって、我ら星の民は波空戦争を再開する。
The fuck? This feels so weird after the whole shit we just went through in Estelucia with fucking Ballister and everything. What the fuck? Like, we had the whole thing between him and Loki and like all that shit that was going on. Like, wait, this is so out of left field. Like, the fuck? Like, I don't understand like the other Astrals we don't know shit about, but why Ballister? What the fuck? This guy's clear. The guy's dead. Wait, I forget. Wait, did he die? I thought he got healed, didn't he? By Reen and everything, or was he just stabilized but then still died anyways? Because don't tell me I'm forgetting already. Because I thought he was stabilized when they were trying to. He was long dead. Did I really forget the details of that scenario? Huh. As this cruel announcement lingers in the air along with the thunder, the man's eyes show no recognition of his beloved daughter. Okay, so that's probably even more sign of the fake Ballister. He was dead before we even met him. We've known he was dead since Arc 1. Again, my terrible, like, memories coming into play again. A little while before the 4 Astrals appear at the ceremony. Still random as fuck. Kinda. Oh my god. The girl that Alia, Caesar, and the crew and the crew of the Grand Cypher rescued is throwing up the food they bought her.
何これ？食べ過ぎたってこと？
Oh my god.
足りなきゃ足りないで活動できないくせに一気に摂取したらダメなの？
Now's the time to remake the anime, follow it through to the very end. Yeah, honestly, like, because like they didn't really they kind of just, what was it, like they were kind of following the early structure of the main story, so it's not like too much of note necessarily happened. So yeah, they would have to kind of like restructure it if they were to, or as a remake, and then actually kind of like properly pace the main story, like apart from like how it's been structured in game, in order to have it like feel better in an actual show format.
信じられない。なんて不便な体。
How inconvenient can this body get? Grumbling to herself, she leaves the alley and walks unsteadily into the street.
いい匂いする。落ち着いたらまたお腹減ってきた。
Oh my
で
god.
もお金ないしな。
The second girl fail, holy shit. Like, collapse it onto the street out of hunger, ate way too much to her heart's content, threw it all up, and now she's hungry but no money, still has no money left.
っていうか、どうしてこんなことに？
What the fuck is going on?
私は間違いなく命を落としたはず。 500年前のあの戦いで。
No beyond a doubt that I died during that battle 500 years ago. Oh. Huh.
どうしよう。降るのかな。
Have it work normally until Nalagrand. Let Grand die and switch to Jita timeline. Huh.
違う。あの雷は。
Without hesitation, the girl starts running toward where the investiture ceremony is being held. There, the four Astrals are striking the first blow in their reopened war. Oh, chipped off part of her armor.
外装並びに制御駆動系に重大な損傷を確認。活動不能。
Oh, just straight up shutting down from that. Complicated machinery becomes visible through the newly opened hole in her torso as Octavia falls to the ground.
緑の騎士って人間じゃなかったのか。
I mean, the Green Knight was very clear about that fact from the very beginning, Viren. Well, sort of, or at least through her mannerisms and everything.
未熟なり。いや、それ以前の問題か。
ああ、もったいない。空の民にしちゃ器用に作れてたのに。
団長、まずは距離を取れ。他の仲間たちと合流するぞ。
シンさん、いつの間に。
人目につかないよう見守っていた。要人として壇上に上がる以上警戒は必要だからな。だがそれでも奴らの出現には気づけなかった。星の民の名は伊達ではないらしい。
団長ちゃん、大丈夫？先ほどの雷鳴は一体何があった？
退屈な式が面白くなってきたな。ドイツをぶっ飛ばせばいい。
Daridar looks around energetically as the Green Knight continues to lie motionless at his feet.
お父さん、私だよ、オルキスだよ。待って、何か変、冷たい感じがする。
ありえない。ビューレイスと殿下が破空戦争の再開を宣言するだと。ましてやオルキスを見ても何の反応も示さない。殿下が亡くなったのはおよそ10年前。その分成長した私に気づけないのは理解できる。
Oh, okay, so there's the reminder about Ballister's actual status. 10 years since he died.
しかしオルキスはあの事件の影響で10年間体の成長が止まっていた。つまりオルキスは殿下の記憶のままの姿のはず。なのになぜただ蘇っただけではなく何者かに操られているのか。
Resurrected but under someone's control. Oh, come on, not that shit. Well, I mean, he is here now, so he has to be resurrected in some fashion. By someone. Mind control.
あ、そう。じゃあ、いい勉強になったね。
Oh shit!
パラゴナさん、危険です。お下がりください。
Seeing that the Scarlet Knight has created an opening, Monica releases a mighty attack. However, the Astral Woman blocks the blow with one hand.
何それ。狙うなら首でしょ。力も全然足りないし。
あいにくだが、私は本命ではないのでな。
はあ？これは少しは本気出さなきゃダメかな。ここだ。
ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。力比べなど野蛮すぎてヘドが出る。
Could just be a flesh pot.
我らは創造の民。 この両手は価値を作り出すためのもの。争いなど兵器の役目。そう相場が決まっているでしょうに。
Oh? The Astro raises his hand, and a primal beast appears.
聖少獣。
ここは私が。
Lyria spreads her arms and tries to call out to her own primal beast. However,
力が使えない。
Lyria! The Astro's primal beast closes in on Lyria while she stands frozen in shock. Kirby realizes she is too far away and imagines the worst possible outcome. But holy shit!
大丈夫か?
Oh, hey! A familiar figure jumps in and knocks away the primal beast's attack.
くそ、違う。俺は何して。
Oh, Proculus!
お前、さっきの。
Looking around at his surroundings, Proculus finally rests his gaze on Kirby and Lyria.
そうか。じゃあお前が。はあ？
こちらは片付けた。シーザー、アリア、次を出される前に星の民を。
言われなくても。
もらった。
Oh, they actually hit him. The coordinated attacks from the White and Golden Knights find their marks on the Astral. Instant regeneration. Or no, whisked away into particles of light. Huh. So who was the Astral that had that crystal that was putting... wait. Huh. Having suffered lethal damage, his body turns into light and flies off into the sky. Are immortal, so it would have made sense. Orb.
さっきの星の世界による再進行では何人もの星の民を切った。この4人の星の民が蘇った理由と何か関係があると見るべきか。4人じゃねえ。蘇ったのは7つの区域の7人の監督者だ。
All 7 of the Astral Overseers were resurrected.
ファータグランデ区域の監督者、来航のビューレイスト。ナルグランデ区域の監督者、人獣の三日星。
Oh, that was Mikaboshi? Wait, holy shit. Wait, hold on. Adult Mikaboshi? Yeah, I'm only used to like seeing her like when in her younger looking form and shit. Like, holy shit.
そしてワーヌングランデ区域の監督者、駅犬のアッハーズ。あなたはプロクルス。かつてエクセグランデ区域を監督した星の民さ。
ああ。
星の民？それもエクセグランデの。そうだ。俺は500年前の破空戦争で確かに死んだはずなんだが。
I know I died 500 years ago, but
少し前に気がついたらこの空の世界にいたんだ。
ああ。
理由も目的も何もわからねえ。蘇ったということ以外はな。
あれは本当に三日星なのか？私たちの知っている姿と随分違うようだが。
Yeah, like, I was like, wait. Like, I know when you put them side by side, it should look kind of obvious because of the hair, eyes, and skin tone and stuff. But like the overall like difference in actual like, you know, body type and looks of age and all that shit, like, you know, I was like,
どういうつながりかは知らねえが、あれは間違いなく全盛期の三日星だ。
That was her in her prime? Holy crap.
ビューレイストさん、ミカちゃん、どうしてこんな。
Although Mikaboshi has a more active art design. Suddenly, someone pushes their way through the fleeing crowd and appears before the stage.
何が起きてるの？
Child Mikaboshi is more stationary.
ノリスケさん？
ノリスケ？違う。
いや、違わないけど。
After catching her breath, the girl elegantly brushes her hair over her shoulder.
ノリスケは偽名。私の本当の名前はオノスケリス。アウライグランデの星の民よ。
お前が
え、その声。親切なエルーンのお姉さん？
Are you the nice Erun girl?
え、黄金の騎士なの
Rockham just barely manages to block Ahazu's fist with his gun. Okay, how sturdy is that gun to not get fucked up or miss a line from like taking a big ass punch? Or like, you know, with whatever intricate parts it has in it that like you need to maintain or whatever. Because like I'm pretty sure if you punch a fucking gun, it would have to be well built for like shit to like, I would assume the internals to still be in, you know, proper order.
ルリア、私の後ろへ。
It is a grand weapon. Hope it's sturdy as hell.
聖少獣に干渉できない原因はわからないが、ひとまずは下がっていた方がいい。
Though one of the Astrals has fallen, the three who remain are all such formidable warriors that the Sky Dwellers must struggle to stay on an even footing. The breach of the gun has to withstand about the force of a heavy punch anyways.
愚かにも星に挑むか。矮小なる空の民。
今小さいって言ったか。言ったよな。後悔させてやるぜ。
その息やよし。矮小なれど、それでこそ我が修練の果てを受けるにふさわしい。
The results of my training.
汚れをたまう我が拳。とくと受けてみよ。
Legs. Does he have fucking poison touch? Well, oh, we're actually fighting. Oh shit.
危険のはず。参る。
Instill 1,000 plagues into your bodies.
せっとほら。大男に任せときな。食らいやがれ。せっとほら。
It won't protect you from my diseases.
正気に沈むがいい。
Wait. He actually inflicts like toxicosis? Oh shit.
どでかい風穴開けてやろう。せくらどら。
未熟。死する定めをくれと。
俺はまだ。
Oh, paralyzed.
愚かなり。
諦めるのはまだ
Oh, the cut-in! Oh, Walfrey! Oh shit! So wait, he deals damage in the form of -1/-1 counters. Poison MTG is very lethal.
我が権威の重みを知れ。
せっせと
遅い。
我が拳万病をもたらす。
この程度ならば。
When applying to a player, it ignores their life points. Smash. Wait. Instead you get a stack of poison, get enough stacks, and you die? Huh. Oh wow. Okay, okay, goes into interlude after chapter 3. Oh. Seizing on Daridara's moment of relaxation when the battle seemed decided, Ahazu attacks him with all the ferocity he can muster, just as his fist is about to pierce the Harvan's stomach. Oh. Oh, well then. Hello, Purple Knight. Or Violet Knight.
七よ。それも紫とは。これも因果か。
So wait, this is also how you deal with your friend's life game based deck, since the idea with that deck is anything he does gives him life, you just don't play the same game. Oh yeah, it's basically like... I don't know. Skythrix came out, Bane of your existence. I never really got into Magic. Like, I mean, like hell no for like physical cards, because that's gonna be a lot of fucking money. But I remember playing MTG Arena when it was initially getting popular and stuff, and I played some like friend matches with my buddies and everything. And I mean, I didn't really stick around with it for long, but I was mainly going around with experimenting with like blue or black or white black decks or whatever. But then I just got sick of like the shitty feeling in Magic when you get land, or when you don't draw any land. Cause like, I know it's like, I assume it's just kind of just part of the MTG experience, but like even when I, from what I read up, had a balanced amount of land and other cards, like sometimes I just wouldn't draw shit, and I'm just like, oh come on. And then the other side just sets up their full board, like they get to play everything on their turn the moment they draw something, and then they have this whole big ass setup, and I'm just getting like dunked on without having anything, because like I'm drawing all the card or all the other non-land cards. I'm like, can I play something? Like Jesus. Even then it's just like a insta loss at that point. It's just inevitable loss. I'm just like, I just uninstalled then and there. Like I know it's just how it goes, but like it's one of those things where it's like, it's fun when both sides get going, but then there's just too many times, in my opinion, from at least again, just me playing on my own, like there's so many times where like I just feel like I'm just having my time wasted because of the stupid bad draws of like, it's one thing to have like bad draws where you draw the wrong card that isn't the right thing you need to make a play, but then it's another thing to like, oh, I just literally have 0 on my field because I just don't draw any land, or I draw too much land and I just don't have anything that's worth putting down that's not right for the situation. And maybe you could say that's like partial deck build issue, but then it's just like too much land and not enough of anything else to literally place on the field. I'm just like, I hate it. IRL might need to shuffle better, but digitally just got fucked by RNG. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly why Hearthstone gives mana for free, because, like, the whole aspect of land sucks ass, in my opinion. Yeah, you can still end up starved or whatever. Not believing in the heart of the cards.
Genki?
Okay, so he was the son. Huh. Actually, wait, did they mention that? Or I had a feeling just based on the fucking color scheme, he was like, I thought he was. No, I forgot. No. There was a time when the Purple Knight didn't have his armor and we saw him for real, right? I think I forgot about that. But yeah, so I guess like to probably retroactively rearrange my thoughts. Yeah, and I thought he was related or associated with the Purple Knight because of the little like purple undertones of like that, his hair and everything. But like, okay. So I wasn't entirely okay. Like my initial call was entirely off the mark, but sort of the idea was there.
そうならよかった。じゃあね。なあ僕今微妙な立場だからさ。
は？お前何言って？っていうか今まで何して？
Disregarding Daridara's questions completely, the Violet Knight jumps onto a nearby roof and disappears. Wow!
おい待て！待てよ！
誰だな？何してんだ？
もう遅い。
Ahaz's deadly fist is already touching Daridara's hair. Wait. On its path to his skull. This time, no one has any chance of blocking it. But just as the blow is about to connect, a noble voice rings out across the battlefield. What? Who the fuck? Suddenly, a blazing hot beam of light appears from across the battlefield and pierces Ahazu. So wait, your favorite deck type, silver, slivers. Answer, mana waft, gem hide, silver, slivers. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you recall, TCG before Hearthstone actually used land like NTG. But you could play any card as a land instead of as its card text. Oh, talk with Deadbeat Dad. Violet Knight back, but not with the milk. He was dead, he beat someone, and he was a dad. But yeah, wait, you can use any card as a land instead of using it how it's intended? Okay, that's an interesting way, but I don't know how I feel about that, because then, like, depending if you really are, like, land starved, then, oh god, like, on one hand, you gotta do what you gotta do, but on the other hand, it kind of feels like shitty from a, I guess from a psychological perspective that, like, oh my god, I have to burn my useful shit just so I can, like, do the basic low-cost early turn plays to get the game going. I don't know, there's something that feels shitty about, like, let's say if you're put into a situation where you'd have to burn, like, whatever usable cards as land instead. Huh. There were no lands in the WoW TCG, that was your only option? Oh, that was the... Oh, in the WoW TCG, like, you had to choose cards to burn as mana or land in that way? Oh. As the other Astros had, Ahazu's body turns into light and flies off into the distance. Kirby and company follow Proculus' gaze upward to see a long, thin object fall to the ground with a whizzing sound. Being closest to where it landed, Focus examines it. Gripping the fallen sword's hilt is in fact an entire arm. So wait, slivers, creature type, copy each other's abilities. Mana swap, gem hide, same thing. They tap for mana, so and therefore any sliver you have can also tap for mana. So all you need is one force to get them started. Aww. I don't know, there's something about like playing Magic where it's like, I feel like I would not be able to comprehend how to play it IRL. Like, I would just have to have like a digital fucking client process all that shit, because I cannot remember any of that shit if I actually had or got my hands on something like that. Or, you know, just like any other deck with like multiple layers of interactions or whatever. Like, I don't know. There's something about all the different like phases, checks, and effects, and whatever else that might go on with card games that I'm just like, I can't be bothered to be cognizant of like all of that shit. Chains of Mephistopheles flowchart. You have such a big deck of them, you can split it in two so you can play with someone else. The deck is so huge you can split it and like just play with someone then and there. What the fuck? I mean, I know that like MTG decks can get huge and everything, although there's like different formats, right? Where there's like different formats of different deck sizes, I think it was. I don't know what they're called. But yeah, nah, like, it's always amusing to hear people talk about Magic. It's another thing, like, to drag my ass out to play it. Like, no, I'm not even getting into, like, getting the physical cards itself now. It's like, unless I'm getting that shit for free, I am paying for that shit. I don't know, like, physical card games aren't really my thing. So wait, MTG has no upper limit on deck size in the 60 card minimum formats. 60 card minimum? Holy shit. A figure that had soundlessly snuck up behind her casually grabs a sword and arm.
出力は上々。反動の相殺に腕をパージするのは有効ではあるのか。しかし連続使用を考えると、いや、そもそも鞘の冷却が。
Typically want to keep the minimum play faster, but the massive deck is more fun. Oh yeah, because like, you know, like as with any card game system or whatever, yeah, like card or deck bloat is a serious thing unless like you have ways to work around that. But even then, inherently, like at the start of a match, you have to probably deal with said card bloat if you go above that minimum 60. Because you probably need to have, you know, some certain tactic or thing in mind to take that into account, right? EDH then, format with 100 card exactly. 100 cards exactly? Commander, other popular game mode? Oh.
どういうことだ? お前は先ほど確かに。
はいはいはい、ちょっと失礼するよ。シユ、腕を返しな。持って帰ったら承知しないよ。
Oh. Wait. The green armor. Wait.
いりませんよ。これくらいなら僕でも作れる。
So wait, you play cards, search your deck for the card that makes you win if your deck is over 200 cards. Wait, what? Take a legendary creature, start him on the field. Huh. Everyone watches in stunned silence as a woman reattaches her arm and sheathes her sword.
お前ら誰なんだ？
誰？なんだい冷たいじゃないか。あれだけ尽くしてきたってのに。ってのはま、半分冗談さね。ただ、半分は本当だよ。
The one-eyed woman turns to Kirby and reverently bows her head.
緑の騎士、オクタビア。ただいま、馳せ参じました。
The fuck? So, how the hell did you have that robotic voice filter?
遅くなっちまってすまないね。からくりが壊されて嫌な予感がしたから、これでも急いで来たんだけど。
I didn't like where things were going when my clockwork machine was destroyed. Oh. Like a fucking Herdo moment where like the puppet gets destroyed and now the real one comes out when shit gets serious.
じゃあ私たちが知ってるオクタビアさんはからくりオクタビアちゃん3号さね。反自立型のからくりで時々は私自身が動かしてたんだ。
Semi-autonomous, but I sometimes control her directly. Yeah, Octavia versus the Octavia. So should we just call the real one Madam Octavia?
いい出来だったんだけどね。惜しい子をなくしたよ。
となると、その星の民は
シーユ、アマトグランデの星の民です。
じゃあ、先ほど我々が倒したのは一体
Octavia Prime. I believe in like one of the other localizations for Herta's name in Starra, I believe that was actually one of the localized titles. Because like in English we have the Herta, other languages have like Madam Herta, some have fun with the name and literally call her Big Herta. And I believe one of them was like Herta Prime? Or was it Herta Prime? I don't remember. Chio in SMT is a fox girl sometimes. No.
それより、どうせ腕をパージするなら、ビームの出力はもう2、3段階上げませんか?
Other times some type of fox monster.
おっと、今はそれどころじゃないだろ。状況を教えてくれるかい?
With two of the original four attackers having been defeated, Ballester and Mikaboshi cautiously create distance between themselves and their opponents. SMT IF? Was IF the MMO, or was it SMT Imagine or something? Or is IF a different thing? I remember me and my friends played a little bit of the SMT, like, MMO. And then I believe, like, it got shut down shortly thereafter because we kind of, like, apparently downloaded it at the tail end of its lifespan. And then I believe me and my friends, like, wanted to look into it again, tried some private service for it before, oh yeah! Oh my god! I remember there was this huge drama about the SMT Imagine private servers, because like I believe at the time there were 3 prominent ones, but then 2 out of the 3 apparently used copyrighted material for their website, and I'm not sure about like the actual private server itself, but basically like they set up the fan site to look as much as possible as a apparently like an authentic like official SMT website, but they not only did they plaster, you know, their, you know, of course like their own name of the private server for SMT Imagine private servers, but I believe they still use the copyrighted materials or whatever. Oh no, they put up like text saying the copyright for Atlas and everything as if it was like some kind of officially sanctioned private servers, which then drew the ire of like, you know, Atlas's lawyers and shit, I believe. I think it was something along those lines. And then like, yeah, there's like some whole big drama that went down, and I think like because of the attention it got, people also dug into some other seedy shit the 2 of the 3 private servers were doing, I believe, to no one's knowledge until it came out. And I believe like the 3rd one, which is trying to like stay under the radar, I'm not sure if it's still up or not, but I believe like it just like laid low, or like I'm not sure if it went on maintenance or like under like indefinite maintenance, or like they try to lay low to stay away from what's happening to the 2 other SMT Imagine private servers at the time, because like 2 of them were under fire from the legal eyes of Atlas and shit, but I think the 3rd one did the smart thing and actually like, okay, you know what, with all this shit that's going on, let's just wait for all that to blow over. Like, because like I believe like they weren't like, they were actually being smart with how they were handling things and not trying to like, you know, draw any eyes to cause any legal problems or some shit. Or I mean they would still, or Atlas would still be in their rights to go after them, I guess, but you know, at least out of the 3, they were like the smartest ones to like know when to lay low when shit was getting stirred up. Like, oh my god. Keeping their eyes on them, the others explain what has happened to the newly arrived pair.
それで俺がエクセグランデ空域の星の民なんだが。
ん？そりゃ何かの冗談かい？
冗談って、プロクルスはエクセグランデの。
Wait. Astral Exegrand. Wait.
あれ、
Oh,
待って。誰だっけ、プロクルスって。
huh?
どうして私？
Wait, don't tell me he has the power of gaslighting people to think of something else. Octavia places her hand on her sword as she backs away from Proculus, putting herself in between him and the rest of the group.
私はあんたを見たことがない。7人の星の民は全員顔を知ってるんだけどね。
Wait, more like illusion, like maybe some kind of subconscious, like hypnosis? I don't want to say brainwashing or anything. I don't know. Or maybe just like subconsciously implant like some false memories or info into our brain as if we thought we knew that the whole time.
顔を知っているというのは肖像画か何かが残っていたのか
So wait, SNTIF change forms based on how many chests you looted in her dungeon. The more you looted, the stronger she got. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Do you get anything if you try to loot as like every bit possible? So wait, dungeon crawler, basically persona prototype? Oh.
いや、自分で見たのさ。空域を越えた会議の時なんかにね。何人かは直接話もしてる。
I saw them myself. They hold meetings across the borders of Skydom sometimes. You I even talked to.
ちょっと待て。じゃああんた
アマトグランデはどうにも情報が少なかったんだな。まさか空の民でありながら500年も生きる者がいるとはな。
A sky dweller who lived for over 500 years.
正しくは2000年さね。私が初代の緑の騎士だからね。
Holy shit! Also, taking a bigger look at her, or like a closer look at her appearance and all, holy shit! Like, are her thighs that thick? Holy shit!
ただ、あちこちガタは来てる。内臓も手足ももうほとんどからくりに変えちまったさ。
Ah, so she did like replace herself with more mechanical parts. Oh my god.
言い伝えや情報ではなく直接見た記憶。ましてや空の民が相手じゃ生涯核でも改ざんできなかったが。
話を戻そう。それであんたは誰なんだい？エクセグランデ空域の星の民はもっと生っ白い子だったはずだよ。
Was a lot paler and scrawnier.
あいつをそんな風に言っていいのは俺だけだ。お前らには何もよしかくはねえ。
I'm the only one who can talk about him like that? Proculus. With no regard for Kirby's worried voice, Proculus turns his back on the group.
悪いな、団長。
おい貴様、待て。
Ignoring Alia as well, he walks up to Ballister and Mikaboshi. The three then abruptly disappear as if turning into smoke. Though the situation is resolved for now, there remain countless mysteries surrounding it. To be continued. Although part 2 is up right now, actually. Let's see, from beyond the sky the stars descended. Across a canvas of blue, lines of miasma were drawn, and the stars that shone within the seven skies, each took a knight into their service. Yet the sky too bore its cause. A righteous wish gives birth to righteous conflict. With the rise of a great hero, the sky finally raised its banner of rebellion. This would come to be known as the war. The girl in blue draws close to a fateful meeting. Fallen projection of the astral god. Event exclusive character? Wait. Oh shit. Wait. Oh shit. Wait, no, I know what. Fuck it, I'll go read. Use astral power to reach certain heights. Can be used to raise certain weapons, awakening level, and a character's uncapped mastery bonuses. Aw. Oh, fuck it. Let's go read. Highly recommend finishing it. Yeah, looking at the time, like, as long as I stop going off on my fucking tangents and shit, like, I should be able to finish this
とり
tonight.
あえずだ。話を整理させてくれねえか。結局、あの時俺たちは何と戦って、今何が起きてるってんだ？
A day has passed since the investiture ceremony, which was interrupted by the sudden appearance of 4 Astrals. Kirby and company have gathered to discuss the situation.
順を追っていこう。あの叙任式の最中、何の前触れもなく、4人の星の民が現れた。
No tangents. Well, like, I'm trying to lessen it a little bit. Only sines and cosines.
ビューレイスと三日星、アッハーズ。そして、アマトグランデ空域を監督した星の民であるシウ。かつて命を落とした星の民が何らかの理由で復活したものと思っていたが、
あれは偽物です。何しろ僕は一度も死んだことはありませんから。
I've not died even once. So Sonny's just creating false or projections or clones or whatever of pre-existing astrals, especially like the big names.
オクタビアも2000年くらい前から生きてるって言ってたよな。全然知らねえ空域だったけど、アマトグランデ空域はどうなってんだよ。
難しい話じゃないよ。シーユも私も技術者のせいか、たまたま意気投合したのさ。
We just got along as fellow engineers. Okay. Simple, straight to the point. Lygus and Herta.
惜しいと思ったんですよ。星とは根本から体系の異なる技術を費えさせてしまうのはもったいない。
System technology fundamentally different to simply disappear.
それでまあ、互いに技術を盗み盗まれながら、気づいたら1500年経っててね。
Whoa! We just kept stealing techniques from each other, and before we knew it, 1500 years passed.
そこで破空戦争なんて言われても、私らの研究にとっては百害あって一理なし。だもんで、表面上だけシユたちには降伏してもらって、我関せずを決め込んでたのさ。
We had Shiosai put on a show to surrender, and we stayed out of the war altogether. Bro.
なんつうか自由な連中だな。緑の騎士の仕事もそのからくりに任せてたみたいだし。
からくりオクタビアちゃん3号を使うようになったのは、まあその場しのぎみたいなもんさね。私の子や孫、ひ孫やしゃごと代々一族で緑の騎士の座を継いでたんだが、
Children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren?
タウルークのやつが婿に行っちまって告げる子がいないってんで、とりあえずからくりを使ってたってわけさ。
Marrying to another family, there was no one left to inherit it. Oh.
ということは、あなたは私の先祖ということになるのか。
先祖なんて、私のことはおばあちゃんでいいんだよ。一族の若い子に会えるのはやっぱり嬉しいもんだね。タウルークが赤ん坊の頃はおっぱいからおしめまで何でも世話してやったもんさ。
話を戻しましょう。ともかくあの場で我々が戦った星の民シユは偽物だった。
Gold Knight should have been the Green Knight? That's amusing to consider. Huh.
そうなると同じ条件であるあなたもまた偽物ということになるのでしょうか。
Prompted by the question, Onoskeles pulls back the hand she'd been reaching toward the snacks.
偽物って感覚はないわ。記憶も力も生きていた時と寸分たがわない。ただ
この体は星の民の体じゃない。
Either way, it would be a night starting with G. I mean, yeah.
だってお腹がすくし、空の世界の食べ物がすごく美味しく感じられたから。
You know, you think like she'd hold that by the bone end instead of like jabbing a knife into that shit and trying to rip off the meat there.
星の民ってお腹が空かないの？
消耗することはあっても、それを食べ物で補うことはないわね。本来星の民の体は完全なの。動物のように子供を作ったりしないし、何かを食べる必要もない。そうね。私たち星の民のことは神様に近い存在だと思えばいいわ。
生き倒れてたくせに。
しかし今の体では空腹を感じるようになっていると。
オノスケリスさんからは星の力は感じるんですけど、ちょっと曖昧なんです。
I love hearing Viren's inner thoughts like interject with like extra commentary.
逆にシユーさんからはすごくはっきりと星の力を感じます。ただその
Hesitating, Lyria trails off and nervously grips the hem of her clothes.
どういうわけか、私星照獣に干渉する力が使えなくなっていて聞こえないんです。私の中にいる子たちの声も。
Can't hear them either?
だから星の力の気配については今はあんまり自信がありません。
ルリアの体の不調、これもプロクルスという男が関係しているのか。
The face of the man believed to be the mastermind surfaces in everyone's minds.
結局あいつは何なんだ？星の民ってことでいいのか？
現状では何とも。エクセグランデを監督していたというのは偽りだったようですが。
His claim of having overseen appears to be false.
それは私が保証するよ。エクセグランデ空域の担当は確か、そう、アペプって名前の星の民だ。空の神に関する研究者で、あんな大柄な男じゃなかった。ただプロクルスってやつ、どっかで顔を見たような気もするんだが。
Octavia crosses her arms and hums to herself, but no clear answer comes to mind.
シユ、オノスケリス、あなたたちはあの男に見覚えはないのですか？
わかんない。星の民って言っても全員が全員と顔見知りじゃないし、それに私指摘されるまであいつがエクセグランデを監督した星の民だと思い込んでたのよね。
おそらくは何らかの洗脳か精神への干渉があったのだろう。そうでなければビューレイスと殿下がオルキスに気づかないはずがない。
傀儡、手駒として星の民を蘇生、あるいは偽物を作ったのか。
いや、蘇生と洗脳は分けて考えるべきでしょうね。蘇生されたわけではない僕もあの男の存在については何の疑問も持っていませんでしたから。それにただの傀儡と仮定すると、そこのオノスケリスの存在が説明できない。
私？なんで？何もしてないけど。
何もしてないからですよ。僕が知る限りオノスケリスは破空戦争で命を落としている。
Died during the war.
ということはここにいるオノスケリスは蘇生された存在で間違いない。しかしあの場で何もしなかった。ただの傀儡だというのならこれはおかしい。無害を装って我々の懐に入り込むという役割を与えられている可能性もありますが。
そんな器用なこと私にできると思う？
いえ、全く。
つまるところビューレイスと殿下は傀儡として蘇生されたのではなく、蘇生された後洗脳された。
But rather brainwashed?
それならばそこのオノスケリスと同じように正気を取り戻せる可能性もあるのか。
Kirby and the others glimpsed a small measure of hope for the battles to come.
黒幕はあのプロクルスという男であると見て間違いないと思いますが、目的は本当に破空戦争の再開なのでしょうか。
ビューレイスト殿下の宣言、あれは目的を代弁させたものだと考えるのが自然だろうな。
しかし、たった数人の星の民で破空戦争を再開できるものなのか。
Yeah, how are they gonna scale it to an actual war across the realm?
可能不可能で言えば、7人を適切に運用すれば可能性はゼロではなかったでしょう。
Properly utilizing all 7us would make it possible? Properly.
例えば、僕は本来鍛冶師です。七葉の鎧を作ったのも僕ですし、軍や青少獣にも武器を提供している。だから僕を光栄に置き、その上でビューレイストたちを戦略を練って戦わせるとか。光栄といえば、リリトはどうなってるんです？彼女も蘇っているのなら相当厄介な相手になります
が、あの場にはいなかったし、街をフラフラしてる時も見かけなかったけど。
With no information on Lilith, Gio pauses in thought.
どうあれ、楽観はしない方がいい。ビューレイストとミカボシは武闘派の筆頭です。話を聞く限り全盛期の力を持っているようですし、警戒することをお勧めしますよ。
The next day, the honored guests Orcus and Hal return to their respective skydomes for their safety. Caesar departs for the Hexagon skydome to investigate Proculus further.
どうしてこんなことに。まあ、叙任式については後日やり直すしかないな。
そうですね。式典なんて事態を解決してからゆっくりやり直せばいい。まずは今起きている問題について情報を集めて対策を練らないと。
あのプロクルスという男にはまだ裏がある。破空戦争の再開すら目的ではなく手段。星の民に組みするものかも怪しい。
Whether he even sides with the Astrals?
真の目的は我々には思いもよらぬものかもしれん。夢夢警戒を怠るなよ。
はい。
With the investiture ceremony cut short, the guests from the Erst Kingdom are heading home. The crew is escorting them aboard the Grand Cipher.
大丈夫？あ、うん。ごめんね。心配かけて。お父さん、洗脳されてるって話したけど、やっぱりちょっとショックで。
あのオノスケリスという星の民は殿下と同じ状況ながら自らの意識を取り戻していた。だから何か必ず方法があるはずだ。ビューレイスト殿下の洗脳を解く方法が。
うん、ありがとうアポロ。叶うとは思ってなかったけど、お父さんとまたお話できるならそれはすごく嬉しい。だけどもしお父さんが。
She gazes toward Erst, the distant homeland where she once lived with her father.
私はそれを止めたい。どんな方法を使ってでも。
その時は私がお前の剣になる。私も同じ気持ちだからな。
私もオルキスは家族だから。オルキスの家族は私にとっても家族。お父さんって呼んでいいのかはわからないけどきっと喜ぶと思うよ。お父さんは優しい人だから。
オルキスちゃん、心配です。
内心複雑だよな。こんなことになっちまうなんて。
しかしビューレイスト殿があの様子のままなら私たちは彼と戦わざるを得ない。何か突破口が見つかるといいんだが。
何か軽食を準備してこよっか。少しでも明るい気持ちになってほしいし。
Oh? Oh? Just as Narmaya turns to leave the deck, the onboard instructions suddenly start reacting to something.
と、救難信号だ。出どころは、ポートブリーズ群島、ウングッド城？
From Port Breeze? The crew catches sight of the archipelago to see countless bolts of lightning raining down upon the islands. Several airships likely responding to the same distress signal surround the area.
あの雷のせいで島から出ることも島に近づくこともできねえのか。
周囲に雨雲はないとなると、この雷はやはり。
Oh.
来航のビューレイスト。
Amid the lightning storm, the crew spots a lone figure suspended in the air and approaches with a grand cipher.
お父さん。
やはり反応はないな。
ただ興味がないのか、雷鳴で聞こえていないのか。
くそ、これ以上は雷が多すぎてグランサイファーじゃ近づけね
え。しかし彼を止めればポートブリーズは。
ああ、だったら降りてきてもらうしかねえな。
Rockham aims his rifle and prepares to fire a volley at Ballister. Yeah, I can only imagine that'll go well trying to go for a long distance shot.
雷はこっちで避ける。あいつの相手を頼めるか。
Leave it to me.
お父さん、私のことわからないの？
空の民か。そんな知り合い、私に。いや、エルステの一族。
The Earth's bloodline.
そうだよ。お父さんはエルステの女王のお母さんと一緒になって。
くだらない。そんなことはありえない。私は星の民だ。再開したこの波空戦争に必ずや勝利の栄光をもたらす。
いや、子さん、いよいよ本気か。
周囲の雷の密度が増している。どうやら船ごと落とすつもりらしい。
集中放火もできんのかよ。このまま避けきれるか。
ラタムさん、右に避けて。
はあ？
Having no time to question the suggestion, Rockham instinctively turns the helm. Oh!
雷。
すっげえな。今のどうやったんだ？
実はさっきから雷が落ちる直前にピリッとするのを感じてたんだ。試合の際、相手が行動を起こす瞬間の気の起こりに近いものが。
Now would be a good time to have Albert on the ship. I mean, like, just given how Cygames like the Granblue writers now are just including everyone, like, and just throwing them in. Yeah, like, just summon Albert out of nowhere. Like, at this point, he wouldn't be out of place.
それで私、もしかしたらって
聞いたことがある。雷は落ちる直前に弱い放電が発生するとか。
Narmaya using her unclouded eye. I mean, yeah, she'd totally be an 8 leads practitioner.
小賢しい。
ラカムさん、次は左。
おう、どこに落ちるか予想できるならこっちのもんだぜ。
Guided by Narmaya's extraordinary senses, the Grand Cipher weaves smoothly through the storm of lightning. The crew steadily closes the distance to Ballister in the air.
殿下、もうおやめください。ここにいるオルキスはあなたの娘です。あなたは自分の娘を自ら傷つけるつもりなのですか？
私は星の民だ。
全てを捨て去らぬ限り星の民が子を持つことはない。ザレ言はここまでだ。この距離ならば外しはしない。てか
Oh, Catalina quickly deploys Light Wall, shielding the Grand Cipher from a direct lightning strike. Dude, rare fucking footage of actual skill usage in cutscene. Like, holy shit. Like, direct mention of the actual skill itself. Like, it's one thing that we see, you know, like the characters like, you know, shooting, slashing, dodging. It's another thing that they directly name drop, like the actual skill. As Orcus looks on in sorrow, the Black Knight, who has sworn to protect her, burns with barely contained rage.
洗脳されているとはいえ、実の娘を手にかけるつもりか。そこを動くな。二度とオルキスを悲しませぬよう、私がお前を叩き切る。
Ballister falters for an instant under the Black Knight's overwhelming presence.
お願い、シスさん。
任された。
But oh my god! But Six, during the chaos, Six had slipped onto the Grand Cipher's gas bag. He's gonna make the run and jump from here! Six launches himself at Ballister. Orchid's threads coil tightly around his hands. Now this is the fight choreography that I was waiting for. Entangled by the threads, Ballister slammed down onto the deck. Okay, it wasn't really a fight, but it was more like they just surprised him and like bound him. But either way, that was a cool setup though. So wait, calling out Ogi's name one thing but skills another. Grand Sixes coming soon, same for Grand Narmaya. But we already have Grand Narmaya. But what about second Grand Narmaya? Ballister takes a deep breath and surveys his surroundings. Grand Nar was so good they made a sequel. Looks at Sandy's Grands. I mean...
殿下、先ほどはご無礼を。
いや、いいんだ。むしろ礼を言わなければならない。
Oh, okay.
と、ああ、そうか。君がオーキスだね。
I forget how it, like, I forget, like, in Japanese, like, do they still pronounce them the same, right? Or is there, like, a slight difference in the pronunciation that differentiates them? Because, yeah, like, with English, they have Orcus and Orchid. But then, I don't think I'm hearing the difference, unless it's so subtle that it's gone over my head all these years. Wait, let me see. So, wait.
すまない、オルキス。心配をかけたね。と。ああ、そうか。君がオーキスだね。
I think they sound the same, right? There's nothing different? You know, it's always like confusing, because I remember like... actually no, I know, I don't really remember. Oh no.
こうして会えるとは思ってもみなかった。
It's like fate having Shiki and Shiki all caps and Void Shiki.
家族が増えるというのはいつだって嬉しいものだね。
Bowser turns to Kirby and the others and bows his head.
ありがとう。私のことを止めてくれて。おかげで空の世界を壊さずに済んだ。
Wait, but we still have, like, the brainwashed Mikaboshi and Ahazu to deal with, though.
もやがかかったようではあるが、蘇った以降の記憶も多少は残ってる。
So, are they just revived, like, straight up? Like, not even, like, as, like, now that they've regained their senses and probably when the ordeal's over that they'll fade away and stay truly dead for real? Like, are they... Wait. Because, yeah, like, it's not like... I mean, Unoscale seems like... Something... They said that there's, like, a peculiar thing about her particular body in general, but Ballister? Huh.
これで何か力になれればいいんだが。
I mean, I guess we'll see, because... Yeah, like, I was about to get to that. Like, are they, like, if they're just gonna revive a lot of the Astrals like this, because I thought it'd be a thing where it's like, they revive them and either they'll go the route of like, oh, these are just imitations, or, oh, they'll revive them for real, but then, you know, just like they said, they're brainwashed or they have their perceptions altered so that, like, the things they see are different than what they're actually doing, which gives reason for them to, like, you know, try to bring about war again. Maybe mentally they were, like, processing what they were doing differently than reality. So I thought, like, maybe that was, like, what was going on. No. So now it's just, like, they're just normally revived despite the whole sad partings and other shit that went on with Ballister and Mikaboshi during the course of the main story and everything. Like, we're really just gonna full stop, like, have them back? I thought it'd be like a thing where it's like, oh, they'd be brought back, but then once the whole ordeal's done, then they'll disappear and then they'll have a cheesy final farewell for realsies part 2, you know? Final season, final core, or something. And so the Astro Ballister regains his free will, which means playable Granddad in a year or two, probably. But what about playable Mom? Come on. It's not like she was doing nothing along with the journey with Granddad. And then they'll come up with some bullshit way to have her temporarily transform to Versusia, but actually under her control and not as, like, not under the, what was it, Bahamut's control and everything? You know, as, like, the vessel for the God of Destruction and all that shit. You know. Even she was not a combatant, she has literal God mode now. Yeah, they could probably, at that point, they could probably just come up with some, like, stupid cheesy things so that for gameplay reasons we'd have playable Versusia. Like, you know, I think I let, like, that kind of a writing moment slide just for the badassery of having playable Versusia. I think I let it slide just for that, even if the writing wouldn't be good. Just for that, though. Probably. The crew quietly watches over the reunited family members, sharing the moment in silence. Yeah, Bahamut is dead because of what Australia did. Which means she's controlling the robot. Yeah, it'd be like some kind of, like, pseudo-puppet form in a weird-ass way or some shit. I mean, I don't know how, like, maybe they can explain how she control, like, the form of Versusia anyway. But yeah. Like, in the main story, like, Australia literally made Bahamut transcend to the point where it just got phased out of reality into the Blue Will, or the... No, not Blue Will. The what was it? The Great Will? Or, like, the Grand Collective, or whatever the fuck it was called again? Like, transcend beyond the realms of, like, reality into, like, whatever the whole collective was. Yeah, Blue Will, Great Will, some shit like that. You know, honestly, that was a really like scary but funny ass way to kill off Bahamut. Like, not gonna lie, like the whole execution method of making someone transcend so far beyond mortal comprehension to have them phase out of existence. Now that was actually funny. Like, it's over the top shit like that I'm okay with, but with how other aspects of the main story was handled, not too keen on. But yeah, like making it's like you wanna keep evolving? Oh yeah, I'll let you. like okay, that again, like peak cinema right there. Like transcend beyond the wildest imaginings. So wait, Granblue, okay. Yeah, Granblue, Alia. Meanwhile, in the Nalhagran Skydom. Oh, Migabushi throwing hands with Reinhardt's are? Oh, no. Yeah, I forgot about the... I keep forgetting that Scarlet Knight fucking exists, mostly because it's been so long since his presence from like the main story. I was thinking of Reinhardt's art since he's more fresh in my memory relatively than Scarlet Knight, despite us seeing Scarlet Knight in part 1. Although, actually, I mean, we're just in some random part of Nalhagran, Skydom, not like any particular islands that they described. Where the fuck is Reinhardt's and company at this point? He hasn't existed for ages. Gotcha, lifespan memory retention problem strike again? Yeah, like, I've been, like, you know, I'm not a day 1 player Granblue, but I played, like, I think during year 6 or 5 or something like that. But yeah, like going through the course of the main story across the years as the main story updates became increasingly rarer and rarer, or more infrequent. Yeah, it's hard to retain what happened, like with all what's supposed to, with who's supposed to be acknowledged as like the big players in the Granblue universe or power scale or whatever. I forgot. I remember Reinhardt's are more than fucking Scarlet Knight. The Astro and Scarlet Knight clash once more, the impact shaking the entire island. From a short distance away, Hal, Octavia, Chio, and Filcus watch the battle unfold. Hal, I'm sorry, I know you have good intentions, but I don't think you're doing anything to help in this direct confrontation. You should probably find some other way. I'd only get in the way at my skill level.
そうなんですか。七曜の騎士だし、変わった剣を持っているから、てっきり。
剣士としては、私は中のジョーカー、まあ上の下ってところさね。
Huh. You know, I'm trying to pay attention to the story, but I still can't get over how thick her fucking thighs are. Like, holy shit, like there's some meat on those thighs. Like, I know, like, I'm focusing too much on it, but I mean, look at it!
このからくりと雲隠れはビームを出せたりいろんな機能はあるけど、まっとうな剣士向きの刀じゃない。
Understandable. So, you had a Genshin moment like that recently, characters referencing an event when it, like it was last week when it came up 2 years ago IRL. Any idea how many video games and IRL experiences I've gone through since then? So wait. Solid idea, Mika likes kids, throw the boy at her, maybe it'll pacify her. Those thighs are only thick because of the clockwork inside them. I mean, she has a vision with how her body should be as she's like patched it up over the years. So you know what? Hell yeah. The dream bod of your own making. So wait, Cloud Veil, Fire Beams. Oh, okay, so she was in Fate, she'd be a Saber class. Okay.
対多数だったり手段を選ばないなら他の必要の騎士にも引けを取ることはないけど。
Okay, so she thrive in a free-for-all environment, not a 1v1.
至近距離の白兵戦じゃどうにも私には分が悪いのさ。
Saber caster. What's the difference? They both shoot beams.
信じて見守っていたらいいんじゃないですか。
Oh, he get the...
さすがは最強を名乗るだけのことはある。
I like that little effect where it just blurs like the whole island, like trying to show off like the shockwaves or the force and shockwaves of the battle reverberating through the whole island. Like, goddamn. Even more so if you're Merlin, he both stabs and beams. It'd be the funniest shit if we had like a Merlin alt where you can just make him a Grand Saber.
努力も技術も三日星相手に大きく遅れを取ることはないでしょう。であればあとは気力と装備の問題。装備は僕の作った必要の鎧だ。当然あれ以上のものはない。
So you see that shit? I made that armor. I made that sword. Oh no, it's like more. You mentioned just the armor.
残る気力は守るべき存在が信じてくれれば折れることはないんじゃないですか。
はい。
While Hal watches the battle, as if in prayer, Focus casts a sharp gaze at Chia.
そういうこと言うのはちょっと意外なんだけど、それはそれとしてなんで私はこっちに巻き込まれたわけ？
You know what? That's a great question. Why am I here?
仕方がないでしょう。オクタビアが彼の護衛につくと言い出したんですから。
オルキスちゃんの方は十分戦力がいるだろ。バラゴナがいくら強いとはいえ人手はあった方がいいかと思ってね。
Yeah, it's gotta be confusing as hell for someone like Focus, Earth Dweller, like shot up into the Sky Realm during the Grand Uplift, new world, culture, peoples in general, and like foods and technology and like overall like general knowledge probably won't apply in the Sky Realm and shit. And then you're just being thrust into this whole confrontation with like resurrected Astrals and like whatever the hell she would think about the Luminary Knights. She's like, why the fuck am I here? She just happens to be here because she's the new face in the crew, like just after we got started with the new arc.
なんで私？戦力としては期待してほしくないんだけど。
あなたと話をする時間が欲しかったんですよ。あなたに期待しているのは知識だ。地の世界で独自に発展した地の民の知識が必要になる。
Technology from the Earthen Realm.
意味わかんないけど、そういえばあなたは技術系の星の民なんだっけ？
Although that really does make me wonder, like, just how unknown to, like, at least in relation to the Sky Realm is Earthen technology, where it might be like something that helps in this kind of a situation.
で、そこのオクタビアさんも同じく技術屋と。
Oh, at least she's with like-minded individuals.
ええ。僕の予想が正しければ、我々にはやらなければいけないことがありますから。
バラゴナさん！
大丈夫。心配は無用です。
どうかな？実は結構ギリギリで強がりなんじゃない？
Regaining his posture, the Scarlet Knight raises his sword once more and faces Mikaboshi.
まったく的外れだ。あなたは私のことをまるで分かっていない。
You know, I'm kind of forgetting at this point, as usual, what exactly happened to Shitori, and I forget, like, did she get off by the other world, so now she's back, now that the reset happened, or the undo button happened? I forget exactly what happened to Shitori. Because, like, she was kind of there when she reversed her name during the or the Grand arc and everything with there's like the whole liberation group or some shit that was happening or whatever, and whatever else is going on with her special eyes. I forget exactly like what exactly she was like. I forgot what exactly happened to her, and with the whole thing with the other world, I'm pretty sure she got caught up in that whole thing, right? And presumably, I would imagine, died. But now she has to have been, at the very least, if she got caught up in that, revived now, right? So now, where the fuck is she? Because I think it'd be pretty fucking important to have Shitori around now that resurrected, albeit brainwashed, Mikaboshi is like throwing hands. Her whole thing was to show us how bad the other world was. Was that it? Oh my god, like fuck me if I remember the particulars anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Shitori would lose her shit in for multiple reasons, seeing like Mikaboshi again, and then Mikaboshi like in her adult form, in her prime and shit.
ではこう言えばわかりますか。トリッド王国を継ぐ者、グレートウォールの生贄となった一族の末裔と。
After that, all she did was help Dancho go blue. Oh. But yeah. What the hell is she? Like, right now in context of this event.
グレートウォールの
あなたが作り封じられた空域を超える狂気の兵器グレートウォールのです。
そう。じゃあ私が憎いよね。
ええ、何度思ったかわかりません。ナルグランデの空にあの忌々しいグレートウォールさえなければと。しかしグレートウォールによる最後の悲劇は団長たちが未然に防いでくれました。これ以上グレートウォールによって悲劇が生まれることはない。
You know, that'd be a sick ass fight to probably do in Granblue Relink.
故に残っているのは全ての元凶であるあなたとの生産だけです。
Yeah, like when I saw the illustration of like, you know, Dancho and everyone else standing in front of the gigantic, imposing Great Wall, I'm like, I look at the sheer scale of that illustration of the battle, and I'm like, wait, that'd be sick in Relink. With the face changing and changing the rules of the fight. Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure that'd be, like, extremely fun in an actual, like, action game format that's Relink and everything.
なるほどね。周りが手を出してこないのは、そういう意図もあったのかな。そういうことなら受け止めるよ。あなたの全力。受け止めて、そのまま叩き潰してあげる。
それでこそこちらも剣の振るいがいがあるというものです。
The Scarlet Knight's flashing blade and the Astrals' crushing fist collide with everything they have. Oh! Oh, she powered up with fire. Oh, the fucking spirit bomb or some shit. Or the, what was that other one called again? Ooh. Man, I really like the work they put into like the visuals for the, you know, for the scenes. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, look at the glow from his eyes. The follow-up punch. Like, again, as much as I complain about the writing at this current point, even though I haven't really complained as much about the writing like beforehand, but you know, I'm just like complaining now more than ever, or criticizing it more than ever. They still don't miss with like doing good ass fights. Like that looks so that looks so exciting. As the battlefield suddenly falls still, hurried footsteps and a young girl's voice ring out. Oh, there we go. Like, I was bringing her up this whole time, but like, holy shit, like, okay, who called her here? Like, they gotta at least tell us that. Because, like, you know, she didn't really, or what was it? Because I can imagine, you know, she didn't really have much reason to show up out of nowhere in part 1 or whatever. But, like, okay, they better tell us, like, how she heard of the news of Mikaboshi wreaking havoc on this particular island.
Shitori?
Also, does Shitori, like, I'm pretty sure, you know, Shitori recognized, like, the other features, like the hair, eye color, and skin and everything, but does Shitori know about this actual form, or this particular, you know, appearance for Mikaboshi in her prime, rather than the childlike form? I don't remember. But the footsteps and the voice belong to more than one person. Wait. Wait, they're both separate? Wait. How do both of them exist? Wait. I thought, like, with the big undo button, with whatever happened with the other world, I thought, like, cause like I know that, like, there's Shitori and then there's Iridus, where even though there's missing one letter from Shitori, but it's supposed to be her name spelled backwards minus one letter. But like, wait, what the fuck? Pretty sure adult Mika are who Iridus knew. So wait, the writers are doing bad, people doing the fight scenes such as they are, given the VN type framing, do good work. People doing art and music as well. Story and game design, biggest issues. Yeah, like the people who, or you know, whoever like works on like the fight scenes and the fight choreography, at least in a VN format, like, and all that. Like, yeah, like they do a bang up job with like all the effects that they're working with within the constraints of, you know, a browser game of all things, you know. Like they do some good ass work, because like I was like swept along for the ride, and like my energy was like up there. I'm like, oh my god, it's like so badass. I'm like, you know, just really getting to the flow of, like, you know, what the Scarlet Knight and Mikaboshi are doing. But yeah, like, yeah, it's just like the actual writers and the, at this point, yeah, the game designers or balancers or, you know, whoever are mainly the things that are sticking out like sore thumbs in the grand scheme of things. So wait, there's a limit to what the reset could change. Yeah, huh.
なんて、一体、何か。母さん
So, did I forget something about, like, their characters? I'm like, wait. Overwhelmed by confusion, Mikaboshi loses consciousness on the spot.
これ、何が起きてるの?
Well, you see, when you have two of the same person crossing from different timelines meet up together, you create a paradox, and that, no, I'm just kidding. The group waits for Mikaboshi to awaken as they try to make sense of the situation.
ごめん、一人ずつどういうことか教えてもらってもいい？
Chitori and Irotus exchange glances. Then the former speaks up first.
知らない人が多いから、まずは自己紹介かな。私は一人。母さん、三日星に拾われた破空戦争時代の空の民だよ。
Took me in as your child during the war.
母さんがグレートウォールに封印されるときに、私も一緒に眠りにつくことを選んで、グレートウォールが崩壊したことで、記憶も力も封じられた母さんと、教会の世界に流れ着いたんだ。その後、教会の世界で団長さんたちに出会って、元の世界に戻るために協力して。
I know that Shitori's like explaining this to Mikaboshi, like now that she's not being brainwashed and needs like a recap, but on my end, I appreciate this recap too because I can't remember exactly how everything was set up when we got thrown into the Edgelands and everything. So I greatly appreciate this recap here.
ただ、その時、星の民のロキによって、母さんの記憶の封印が解かれて、母さんはロキと一緒に消えてしまった。
Oh hey look, it's Fenrir, who was totally playable, right? Oh man. Oh man, when they brought back, or when they remembered that Fenrir exists, like, at the end of Estelucia arc and everything, I'm just like, bro, I feel like that just hurts even more. Like, considering all the years that people were hoping for playable Fenrir in some form. Like, bro. So wait, Loki broke the seal on memories, disappeared with them.
いつか母さんを取り返すために、教会の世界に残った私は、修行を積んでたんだけど。
So wait, important detail to remember, can now skip the entirety of part 1. So they kind of have to tell you this if you're a new member who skipped the first part. With part 1. Oh, right, because the Estelucia arc is just overall called part 1, and now we're on the new arc, which is probably just part 2. Yeah, that's probably... Yeah, they kind of have to do this for newer players trying to get into Granblue now. Yeah, especially with the... Actually, wait, is it even out on Steam right now? I thought it wasn't out yet. But yeah, I guess like to take into account people who would then come from Steam. Although, man, I really gotta wonder how the transition between... Or not transition, how they'll ease players in from Steam into the monstrosity of systems that is Granblue Fantasy in its entirety. Because you have in this current gacha environment people who play gachas like, you know, Hoyo games or like Wuwa or whatever other newer gachas that have like their sets of like QOL or different standards that they adhere to design, gameplay, whatever wise. And then you have Granblue. So, oh boy, I really gotta wonder like how much, if any, traction Granblue will have on Steam. Because, like, you know, it's part of the push from, like, how they have a Steam version of, like, Umemusume, or the Steam... or being able to play on PC through Steam for Umemusume on the accelerated schedule. But then Granblue? Like, it's just essentially a glorified embedded browser. So I'm just like, I don't... There's like so many things working against Granblue that like, and especially because veteran players can't like, of course it's not meant for veteran players, like because of how the other account systems are set up, like there's no way they'll let people like switch account types to Steam from other services because, yeah. So I really wonder like how just the Steam exclusive player base at that point will even grow. So I am like so morbidly curious because like, are they even marketing it at all in the West at this point? Like, cause like there is Granblue Versus and Relink, but what about the Granblue Gacha that's going to have its Steam version? So it just makes me wonder if they'll just release it there and just maintain it, and then just whatever traction it might even get, just let it grow slowly, subtly, but naturally? I really don't know. But then there's also the probable issue too, right? Like, you'd have to play Granblue on your PC always instead of like the advantage of being able to play it like on mobile. Like either through Skyleap or through Chrome on your own phone browser. Because that's like the bonus of being able to play Granblue. Like you could just load it up on your phone and then just like play from there, but it wouldn't have that Steam crossover. Because like when I played Uma Musume for at least a little more than a month, I was able to not only go through Steam but also my phone as well, because it used the unique Cygames ID thing, right? So then what about Granblue with its pre-existing systems, or backend or whatever? I'm not sure. Feels like the most traction you'll ever get when relink 2 players search on Granblue Fantasy on wait. Wait. Not catch on, not as much as it needs to. When relink players search Granblue Fantasy on stream and found out that way, or on Steam and found out that way. With a gacha this old, anyone who would be interested already tried it. That, or with people like hearing about how old it is, would probably hear all the warnings from veteran players saying don't get into this shit, or people who quit playing going no, don't play it, this shit ass. Like that'd probably be like one of the 2 default responses. Like either stay away for people who are still playing, or from people who played it, got burnt out, or just dislike how the game's set up in its entirety. Honestly, understandable because of all the menus, browsers, like the raid system in general being its unique thing, but also thing that probably might detract people not familiar to how to do basically like a solo instance but multiplayer raid environment. Like you have your own thing, but you're also in sync with other people with the boss's like synchronized HP pool in a way. So then it's just like, to other players not familiar with that kind of like gameplay format, like in terms of trying to farm weapons and shit, or even trying to farm weapons in general, that'd be a big turn off. Like, oh shit. Yeah, like I don't know how like, but yeah, I really don't know what's gonna happen when Granblue hits Steam, because like, I mean, probably like any little bit it gets would probably be welcome, but then yeah, there's no way it would be an explosive growth or anything of the sort, not by any stretch of the imagination. It'd probably just be a very lukewarm, if not cold, reception on like starting out. So I don't know.
ある日突然、教会の世界が消滅して、私たちが住む青少獣エビスは空の世界に合流したんだ。
Wait. So then Loki broke seal, Edgelands to reunite training. Edgelands vanished without trace. Ebisu joined the Sky Realm.
そうか。団長たちが隔離を倒したことで赤き地平が解放されたから。そういうことらしいね。隔離の軍勢が消滅したことで赤き地平は隔離の世界ではなくなった。地上が異界ではなくなったことで空の世界との境界もなくなり、境界の世界は空に合流した。
Causing the Edgelands to merge with the skies. But how does that explain Shitori and Irutis?
それからは大浮上の混乱に紛れて村の人たちと空で暮らしてたんだ。
赤き地平と隔離のこと以外何話してんのかほとんどわかんないな。
Yeah, Focus just getting the exposition dump, just only having known like Earthen Realm lessons like all their life at this point. Exactly how you responded when your sister when she asked about gacha. Yeah, I mean like, you know, nowadays like and all like a lot of them are just good fun games in general, but it's the whole gacha aspect of like, if one like you know, like you can't avoid the whole feeling of FOMO, or like you might foresee like gambling addiction issues or whatever like that. No, stay away under like under every single circumstance. Stay away. Gotcha. Is bad monetization? Oh yeah, it is bad monetization. Like compared to like buying like full ass like hopefully complete games and everything, compared to like spending like whatever amount of money on a 10 pull or even just a singular pull. Like yeah, like paying, like having a chance to basically pay for content as opposed to like just paying for a full up like product. Yeah, like there's no skirting around that. As the younger Shitori nods in response, the adult Shitori, Irotes, takes up the story. Have more enjoyment on VNs, to be honest.
母さんが連れ去られて教会の世界に残ったところまでは私も同じだよ。
So wait. Mother, Edgelands, my story matches that part. Doesn't have addiction to worry about, I just wouldn't be able to commit to it to properly enjoy the story and exploration. Better to play a game that's complete at launch. Oh yeah, there is that too, because like of how, you know, yeah, because of how gachas are set up, it's always like the whole like mountain of either launch content or initial content to like get through to then just even get started with the rest of the game systems, because they expect you over the course of like days, weeks, even months to like, you know, get through content and slowly unlock features that way to then truly get into like the whole like end or higher level gameplay loops or whatever. And then yeah, there's like potential like level gatekeeping from like, you know, like, oh, you need to be rank whatever to access this quest now, or you need to like spend some time or wait like a week to get your account level high enough to then proceed with the main story or activate this content. So yeah, that instead of like, you know, like a complete game, retail game or what have you, just is like, oh yeah, here's the whole game, progress through as fast or as slow as you want, every system is just here, and like all the features should be unlocked within some hours time instead of over the course of days, weeks, or months. Yeah. So it really is like a whole different mindset, approach, and style and everything, and like just as the game in general, like not looking at the monetization at that point. Then you'll finally reach the end of your journey after this. Yeah, and there's the whole time investment being a live service game or gacha game where the story never really has a proper ending unless it actually EOS's, where then it would just end unceremoniously and then it just goes kaput. Unless like the devs actually take into consideration like making an offline version to then let people experience in its entirety, which yeah, complete at launch is a big ask for some games these days. Yeah, there's a lot of games that just release either under the guise of early access or just full-on release, but then it's just like, oh, we have a roadmap for what we want to put in down the road. I'm like, at that point, why don't you just call it early access? And at that point, like, why? I mean, of course, you know, it's what was it? Easier said than done, and I don't know anything about the actual, you know, development side, the marketing, business side, and, you know, having to pay for everyone's wages, you know, however many people are in the studio or company, you know, of course I don't know about that. But just from a very, I guess, maybe ignorant gamer standpoint, it's just like, why can't you just, you know, delay it a little bit longer to actually push in all that shit instead of like feeding in all these like important features and content piecemeal just to like string us along with that drip feed of content or updates. I'm like, well, we want the whole fucking package. But then again, like also the gaming landscape's just changed in general, but then it's just it's a mess on like all sides and various aspects, like on the developer side, business side, gamer side even, because like the gamer mindset with like how we look at games is just completely different now. Because like you know, like before, like games would just be complete whether or not it's riddled with bugs, like in the old days, or later on, like you would be able to download patches or no, you get updates via like expansion packs and shit, and then like we'd have like online patching to then fix some important glaring issues, but the whole game's content would still be there. It's just you'd be able to download patches to fix shit. And then you'd have like games where you would then have like big expansions or content updates. But now it's like we got to the point where games are released as like bare bones. Like let's say the release of Street Fighter V and how bare bones that was relatively compared to like how it is now or some shit. Although, you know, it's sort of kind of different with fighting games. I don't know. But like I believe like they rushed it out to get it ready for EVO when the single player content itself, even though I know a lot of fighting game players wouldn't give a shit about single player content, but you know, you also got to think about the casual players who like just to see everything else outside of the competitive multiplayer aspect. So then, yeah, now like, you know, games are just releasing not only just incomplete with possibly like an indeterminate or undefined like what was it, schedule of like when are they gonna implement X or Y thing because this shit's so incomplete, to now being accepting of like incomplete games releasing with a roadmap, or in a more skeptic sense, because like there are games that do well early access and all for devs who actually, you know, keep proper pace, updates, communication, and props to them for doing that. But then you have other games that are just stuck in early access because they either they're just there to abuse early access label to like hand wave a lot of shit. It's like, oh, you know, if like shit takes too long to get developed or whatever, to the point where Steam finally started changing something, or that slight little part about early access where if it doesn't get updated for God knows how long and it's still early access, it gives a little warning, if I remember correctly, that like, oh yeah, this game is in early access, but it hasn't been updated for like half a year or a full year or something like that. But yeah, and there's also like the other aspect of like games releasing but then having like a shit ton of like day one DLC or just being other chunks of the game sold off as DLC, where it feels like, depending on game to game and DLC to DLC, where the content feels like it could have just been incorporated into the base game in general and it wouldn't be worth the asking price to buy. But then people wouldn't be able to find out unless they buy it and get burned themselves, or if like you buy it as an all-encompassing like Game of the Year edition, Borderlands, and then you can see like what the new content is at times, to see that like whatever DLC content there is, because like with Borderlands and shit, like you have the expansions, but then you have all the extra DLC like characters, quests, and other miscellaneous shit, where it's like, at this point, like this content's so small in terms of actual scale, like I feel like it's not even worth even buying for $1. Or you know, maybe I'm just being a bit too ignorant there in that sense, but like, no, it's either you have that major update that really feels like it's actually like worth like again, I don't know, that like that kind of mindset's so subjective though, so it's really hard to like pin down that feeling in a certain way. But I don't know, it's just like basically the whole landscape and mindset and approach to like how games are developed, released, marketed, or perceived by the players themselves, or where people place their expectations or even their wallet given the state of live service and gacha and everything, it's just like so different now. It's, I don't know. You'd even mention replayability. She lets you replay open world games. Pokemon games getting chopped up sold as DLC. Pokemon Ruby Sapphire had a patch via Shiny Zigzagoon or Coliseum bonus disc. Wait, they had a patch where you had to do or put in like a bonus disc for Pokemon Coliseum or something? Wait, what? What the fuck? That is crazy. What the? Wait, that was the first time I've ever heard of that. What the fuck? I mean, it's one thing to want to update a game like that, but like for the Game Boy? Like, at that point, like, they try to patch out a particular glitch in as many ways as they could.
でも私がいた未来、別の空の世界では。
Okay, wait. In the future, the Skyrim I came from. Okay, what's Iridus's?
カクリオとの戦いで傷ついた団長たちがまた教会の世界に落ちてきたんだ。
Okay, wait. So, let me just look back. Like we were on that whole little like tangent for so long. Like, so wait. Edgelands work together, find a way back to Skyrealm. The seal on Mikaboshi. Stay to reunite with Mikaboshi and Edgelands training. Vanish, Ebisu, Skyrealm. Otherworld defeated, free Crimson Horizon. Forces were wiped out, ceased to be part of the overworld. No longer different world, they merged. Grand uplift. What you said about Mother being taken, you remaining, that part matches. We fell back into the Edgelands and fell at during the fight against the Otherworld.
それで私たちはエビスの力を使ってカクリオの軍勢に抵抗してたんだ
Reduce tangent stream. I can't help it. Resist Ebisu's power.
カクリオは狡猾で不可侵のはずの教会の世界にすら侵攻してきて、最後の希望をつなぐために世界の狭間に逃げ込んだ私はこの空の世界にたどり着いたんだ。
Into the precipice and ended up in Skyrealm.
それもオイゲンすら生まれる前の数十年前の世界で。
Decades in the past, even before Eugen was born.
それから私は正体を隠して青の解放戦線の首領イロティスとして戦いに備えていった。
Blue Liberation Front. So there's like the one aspect that like remained, but then the one that went to the Skyrim and hid and waited. Although, how does that explain the special eyes? Like the red eyes where she's always crying and shit, I forget.
そうしてこの空の世界の団長たちに合流して一緒にカクリオと戦って、でもやっぱり犠牲は大きくて後悔することばっかりで。
What did it cost you?
カクリオとの戦いの後はこの空の世界をその
Her eyes are red due to constant
当
crying.
てもなく放浪してた
The
んだ。
poor girl some eye drops or something.
つまりまさかだけど二人は同一人物なの？
そうだね。
Iritis nods in agreement.
教会の世界は我々星の民ですら干渉ができない空間だ。その教会の世界を介して過去と未来の同一人物が顔を合わせることになるとは。
Same person from the past and future to meet via the boundary.
非常に稀有な事例
Or
で
that
す。
boundary.
専門分野でなくともこの上なく興味深いですね。
気持ちはわかるんだけど、ひとまずこの場はどうしたもんかね。
Sensing Hal's worried gaze, the Scarlet Knight Baragana opens his mouth, finally breaking his silence.
星の民三日星、あなたはまだ戦うつもりがありますか？
正直ないかな。それより今は娘のことで頭がいっぱいで、妙に気持ちが落ち着いてるというか、どうしてさっきまであんなに好戦的だったのか私自身よくわからないんだよね。いや、戦うこと自体は嫌いじゃないけど、こう視野が狭くなっていたというか、
My perspective narrowed?
可能性は言及されていましたね。蘇った星の民は洗脳、あるいは精神へ干渉されていると。
そういうことなのかな。詳しくはわからないけど、でもあなたが復讐をしたいというのなら私は受けて立つよ。グレートウォールの元凶として私にはその責任があると思うから。
母さん。
The Scarlet Knight contemplates for a long moment, hand to chin, then offers a single proposal.
では、保留としましょう。
保留？
いいの？
目下の問題はあなたではありません。対応すべきはあのプロクルスという男だ。それにあなたの性格上、そして娘たちがいる以上、どこかへ逃げたりはしないでしょう。
And the fact that your daughters are here.
わかった。じゃあ今はあなたの言葉に甘える。
Well, as weird as it, or as mixed feelings as I have, or with the mixed feelings I have with like the resurrected like Astrals and shit, or at least the ones we've seen before, at the very least we'll have the fun or awkward family dynamic between Mikaboshi and her now two daughters, the younger daughter and older daughter of the same person.
ハルバードもそれで構いませんか？
もちろんです。三日星さんは一族の仇かもしれないけど。
My family's sworn enemy. You know, I don't remember that part of his like family's background.
でもこれ以上誰も傷つかないのが一番だって僕は思うんです。
Hal's kind-hearted response brings a satisfied smile to Baragana's face. Having freed Ballister and Mikaboshi from their brainwashing, the crew regroups at the Kruven Forces headquarters while Caesar and Daradara continue their investigation of Proculus.
洗脳中でいいのかな。とにかくあの時は思考を誘導されている感じだったよ。意識にはもやがかかっていて、決められた目的以外のことを考えられないというか。
Like a fog over my mind, except for the goal.
私も同じかな。あとは少し怒りっぽいというか、戦うことに飢えている感覚があった。何もかもを気にしないようにして、とにかく空の民と戦わなきゃ、空の世界を滅ぼさなきゃって。
それと記憶には改ざんや欠落があったね。
Alterations and gaps in memory.
つまるところ、完全な洗脳ではないものの、都合よく操られていたみたいだ。
では元に戻ったきっかけに何か思い当たることは？
Ballister and Mikaboshi fold their arms in thought.
確証はないけど、身体と精神両方へのショックかな。私が元に戻ったのは人たちを受けた後、一人たちが駆けつけた時だったし。
私の場合は甲板に叩きつけられ、オルキスの必死な姿を見た時だ。
なるほど。オノスケリス。
んだ。
She just tripped.
は？
転んだの？足元がフラフラして。
You're telling me when she was resurrected and like initially brainwashed like on Spawn, she just tripped and remembered?
それで青の少女に助けられたのが多分精神へのショックだと思う。星の民として生きていた頃、誰かに助けてもらったのを数えるくらいしかなかったし。
その好きなだけイスタバイオンに身を寄せていて構わないからな。
優しくされると抗えない。
Oh my god. Setting Anoskelis aside, Chiyo continues his train of thought.
正気に戻す方法についてはおおむね条件が出揃ったようですね。これで万が一アペプやリリトが同じ状態で現れたとしても 対処ができる。
となるとあとはあのプロクルスって野郎の目的か。
破空戦争の再開を掲げていたようだが。
Go failure to the max.
フェニックスみてえなこと企みやがって。
Scheming like Phoenix.
つまりあの男は破空戦争を星の民の勝利で終わらせたいのか。
Gio frowns at the question.
それでは筋が通らない。
なるほどな。現状はむしろ定石の真逆というわけか。
Gio nods and continues, murmuring to himself.
ビューレイストとミカボシはそれぞれ同時に別の空域に姿を現した。目的を指示できる以上、これはプロクルスの計画の一端と考えた方がいい。しかしこれではせっかくの戦力の無駄遣い、むしろかっこ撃破してくれと言わんばかりの動きに見える。
He wants the Astrals defeated one by one?
仲が悪いから一緒に行動させねえようにするってこともあるんじゃねえのか。
いや、まあ確かに仲良しってわけじゃないけど。
精神に干渉できる以上それも考えにくい。何より式典には一度に現れている。
Yeah, they didn't show up together, so that's not an issue.
むしろこう考えれば全てに説明がつく。
Gio taps the desk with his fingertips and pieces the theory together.
プロクルスという男はビューレイストとミカボシを倒させるつもりだったのではないか。最初に集団で大々的に現れたのは存在を示して警戒させるため。
First appeared...
そして個々に戦わせることでかっこ撃破されることを目論んでいた。
率直に言って随分と回りくどいですね。洗脳することができていたのならそれぞれに自害を命じれば済む話では。
それはできないだろうね。もやがかかっていたとはいえ意識自体は残っていた。完全な操り人形ではない以上自害を目的にされてもさすがに抵抗していたと思うよ。
Our consciousness remained even though our minds were clouded.
しかしそうなると一体何のためにこんなことを。
Gio tilts his head in similar puzzlement.
とはいえだ、結局ビューレイストもミカボシもこうして正気に戻せたわけで、あの男の思う通りには進んでないってことでいいんじゃないかい。
ずさんすぎる。どうにも謀略や駆け引きには慣れていない印象ですね。
In that instant, a memory of Proclus at the ceremony flashes through Kirby's mind. He did indeed appear as a somewhat awkward young man. The mystery surrounding Proclus only deepens. Oh god. Okay, wait, time out. Holy shit.
とにかく娘が無事で本当に。
This is only chapter 5. Does it go up to chapter 6 into the interlude? But even then, I mean, again, like, yeah, there's a whole tangent I had, but even then, I don't think I can finish the rest of this without going too far. Because I also gotta, well, I don't really have to get up that early, but like, I need to make sure I'm not sleep deprived by the morning tomorrow. I think we'll have to continue this tomorrow. So yeah, I'll probably go farm out some of the raids here for now, and then or it's like on my own time. Chapter 6 and Interlude 2 where it ends. Okay, so I think like for now, if I need help for pacing, yeah, so I think I'll stop here for tonight actually, and then, you know, when we complete part 2, probably with some extra leftover time, I'll probably just go, you know, farm raids on stream and everything, because yeah, there's like the whole what was it? Need to go farm up the extra Leviathan, animas and everything, and then dip out. Yep, my job is done. Hex on stream. I mean, I should have the things necessary to do it. I just need to get off my lazy ass and actually do it. It's just, I don't know why I'm so reluctant. But I really should. Cause like, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, it's like a lot of people have it solved and shit, and like I definitely have the grids to do it. The new character might help. What element is the new character? See if I can for reference. Oh yeah, I guess there is the solo quest and everything. Even if I had to, like, nerf my or hold off on doing too much damage, funnily enough. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really feel like doing Hexa content or anything at this immediate moment, so I'm really kind of whatever right now. So, alright, that will do it for tonight. I will go get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow, just so we can just get it over and done with. I still have to timestamp the latest Trails VOD actually, but I'll probably do that tomorrow. But yeah, take care everyone. I will see you all later for the last bit of part 2 of the Granblue anniversary event, and then after a couple, what was that, like another week and a half at this point? I think? Or no. Like 2 weeks? Then we'll get part 3? For Dardar's parenting, it's one of his passives too? Huh. But yeah, okay. Take care everyone. Bye-bye.